Well, hello everyone. Um, as I said in my title, it's a belated 1-year anniversary for me. I don't have anything special planned. It was April 22nd, and I was in the hospital at the time. And so I just thought I'd mention, since everybody in my little group is doing their 1-year anniversaries, because we all started about the same time. And so mine was April 22nd. It's hard to believe it's been a year already. I mean, I was on YouTube before that, and I had a channel devoted to my bipolar disorder, but I decided that wasn't the route I wanted to go anymore. I was more interested in writing, and my bipolar is pretty much under control at this time. So I erased all of those old videos that I did, and they weren't really updated for the times. I mean, they were old, what I was going through at the time. And I'm not doing that now. So I got rid of the past, and I started this channel on April 22nd. So happy 1-year anniversary to me. I still have a lot of stuff to do from being in a hospital for almost 2 months. Excuse me. Getting the hiccups again. Oh, I do that quite often. And I have these things to get done, plus I have writing to get done. And I missed my writing while I was in the hospital because I tried using my smartphone, but I just can't do it on there. And I was so frustrated dealing with it that I just finally gave up. So I haven't been writing. Gibberish! Hi! Yes, I'm back. I missed you guys, all of you, including you. It's been quite a withdrawal from my, because I was doing at least 5 of my own streams and once on somebody else as a co-host. So I really missed everybody and everything. So thank you for the belated birthday wishes to my channel. It's hard to believe it's been a year. It really is. Time goes so fast sometimes. While I was in the hospital, although of course it seemed to drag because I was dreading every day of waking up and a whole nother routine with who knows what person. My health is not good. I'm still in a walking boot for the broken foot, and it makes life difficult. And I lost my aide while I was in the hospital. She quit, so I'm here alone. And things that she used to do aren't getting done because it's not things that I can do. But I am struggling and, to dress myself and whatnot, which is difficult. And especially with a boot, because the boot is huge and heavy and awkward, and I can't put shoes on like normal people do. So it's been quite a learning experience of using what they call a dressing stick and also the grabber to dress myself. So I just found a faster way of doing it by accident last night, and it works pretty good. So it's not as difficult to get dressed right now. But I have nobody here to help me. I can't shower. Can't even get in the shower, even if I was allowed to shower by myself, which I'm not. And that would also require taking off the boot, which is such a hassle. So the boot is like always on my foot, which is very annoying sometimes. And then I missed my writing. I was just explaining how hard it is to do on a smartphone. I got my daughter to send me my manuscript in Google Docs, so I had access to it. But you know, trying to type on that little phone. And I didn't know how Google Docs works. I don't know how the whole thing works. I'm not very good with smartphones. Um, Eventually, someone should come, but it's going to take a while for them to find an aide, because right now, aides don't want to work because of the, you know, the pandemic. And so many of them quit. So I have to wait until they can find somebody, and it may, who knows, be how long it might be. And a laptop would have been better, but I don't have one. I have a Chromebook, but I find them difficult, almost as difficult as using a smartphone. So, and you know, yeah, even though no one seemed to mess with anything there, you always have to worry about somebody walking off with something that they might think of as value. And I did worry about my cell phone always being there, because it was always there. It was the only way my family had to get a hold of me. And I did worry, although I was in the room most of the time. So, you know, it wasn't like I was going anywhere too often. They very seldom took me out of my room. So she probably could have brought me the Chromebook, but I'm not even sure what the code is to get into it right now, the password. So I'm struggling along as best as I can. I still have breathing issues. And I was on oxygen the whole time in the hospital, but I refused to come home on it. I'm not doing that again. I said, no oxygen. And I'm doing pretty good. So I'm not going to worry about the breathing problems right now. I can't get around too well because I was using a walker before this happened. So, you know, I'm even more awkward on my foot, on my feet, on my foot, on my feet. I got two of them. On my feet, with this boot on, which makes me a little lopsided. I got an extra piece on my shoe to try to even it up, but it's still a little off. And I'm just hoping that he will let me take it off when I go in on June 7th, because he said 6 weeks, and that's a 6-week appointment. But I've had a lot of people tell me that sometimes they don't heal in the 6 weeks they expected to, and it could be longer. So I'm not too happy about that thought, because I got about a week, a little over a week, tomorrow, Monday. So it's 1 week from 1 week? No, 2 weeks. I'm not even sure what today is. Oh, maybe it's more than 2 weeks. 3 weeks? That's the 17th. 1, 2. Oh, God, there are 3 weeks left in this boot? I must have miscounted something while I was in the... Well, they gave me an appointment that was more than 6 weeks. I got it on the 19th of April. Oh, well, looks like I got 3 weeks left. Great. 3 weeks in this stupid thing. So how have you been? My writing is, like I said, I started writing last night. I had my first sprint last night, and I started writing again, which was nice. I really missed it. Like I said, I have a ton of mail to clear up. Kate, hi. How nice to see you. Welcome back. I welcome myself back. I'm back. I'd like to stay. I mean, this is crazy, but my life has been weird ever since this pandemic hit. It's just been one thing after another. Gibber says my day was okay, and yours? Actually, I just woke up not too long ago and ate before setting up this stream. I was going to set it up last night. I thought, no, I better wait to see how I feel today before I go setting them up. So I didn't get a lot of, time to advertise it. But I'm slowly trying to get things done around here because I'm already disabled, and this just adds to the whole problem. And without the aid to do the cleaning and laundry and all that stuff, makes things hard. I mean, I'm going to have to try to figure out what to do. Oh, no. You had COVID, Kate? I'm sorry to hear that. I have had so many COVID tests. In the hospital alone, I had about 16 of them. And they had a case of COVID, so they had to do us all again for 2 days, 2 different days. And I haven't had COVID, thankfully, but I have a really bad, I don't know if it's a cold or bronchitis, although bronchitis, it didn't show up on the chest x-ray. So the hospital refused to give me a decongestant and cough medicine for quite a while. So it just kept getting worse and worse and worse. And I kept yelling and yelling. And finally they gave me something, but I'm still struggling over that. My voice is really rough if you hear it, because it's not clear. I can't clear my throat. So I'm sorry to hear you had COVID. I hope it wasn't too bad. I know a few other people who's had it, and they thought they were, according to the doctor, okay, but they were just too worn out from it. You had 3 weeks of it. So it wasn't as bad as some people, but yet you're probably still run down and all. From what people have been telling me that had it, that it does take a lot out of you, even if the symptoms itself go away, you have some other issues going on. It's a mess on its own without pre-existing conditions. Yeah, see, I have a lot of pre-existing conditions that would make me probably very sick, but I have been vaccinated, and so hopefully that will help. Gibberish says I got my second vaccine yesterday and your arm hurts. Yeah, that was the only problem I had with them both times. My arm hurt, but that was all I got. I know some people had it a little harder. Some people got a little sick after it. I was very lucky. They were both very short-term arm pain, and that was it. I've had that since February. And so even though it might not prevent it completely, it says it will help lessen the symptoms, because I already have breathing issues and I already have chronic bronchitis. So, getting that would be really a problem. So I'm hoping not to. I'm hoping to avoid it. Kate says, I'm so sorry your throat won't clear. That sounds annoying. When I have strep and when I have had COVID, I use Cepacol cough drops to numb my throat. If you're having a lot of pain, that might help. Well, actually, my throat's not hurting. And now that I'm at home, I'm using Mucinex DM for the decongestant, which the hospital refused to give me. So I hope to finish getting, it's better. I mean, it was terrible. I couldn't stop coughing. I just, all It was just constant. And I was coughing up the mucus, and that's what, my throat's not completely clear. So somebody asked me the other day, your throat's, yeah, I mean, your voice sounds different. And I said, yeah, it's because of because I can even hear it. It's definitely deeper because of the thing. Kate says, oh, wow, my arm hurt a little, but since I'd had COVID, my first dose took me out for about 24 hours. I had the COVID headaches, stomach was unhappy, and I slept for about 15 hours. Wow. Mucinex is great. I stayed on that the whole time I had COVID. Well, that's good. Yeah, that's right. A couple of the nurses were nice and slipped me slipped me a Mucinex, but the doctor would not order it, and the other nurses would not give it to me. So there were a couple that were nice enough to slip me a Mucinex. But you need a steady, dose of that, not just one every now and then, expect it to work. So, I really had trouble with them about dealing with this issue. So it's been at least 3 weeks or so since I started coughing. So, having the shot after having COVID was harder. Hadn't really thought about that. But I guess because your body's already, what's the word I want? It's weak and all from the COVID. I guess getting the shot probably would do something. I was very lucky. It was just, minor arm pain, and it only lasted a few days, and I was fine. So, but now quite a few of my people on here have had COVID recently. A lot of my friends, and I don't know when this is going to end, if it'll ever end. Not looking great, because they just found out at my dad's nursing home, they just had another positive employee, and she was vaccinated. So, what they say about the fact that the vaccination will not prevent it is true. She was, as an employee there, she had to be vaccinated, and she was. But she still got COVID. So I worry about my dad. He's in a nursing home, and it does seem to run more because I was, like I said, I was in the rehab, which is also connected to a nursing home, and they had a case, and of course we all had to be tested again. And Chipper says it will end eventually. I hope so, Gibbers, really. It does bother me. He says if you've had the COVID, the first dose tends to be worse. If you haven't had a second dose, yeah, that's what they said. But I didn't have a problem with either shot, so I was very lucky. Something about antibodies. Yeah, I don't understand antibodies, but I know they talk about them a lot. Kay says, oh no, did she have both doses? Yeah, she was thoroughly vaccinated, and she still got it. And they warned me when I got my shot that it won't prevent it. But if you catch it, it'll just make it easier on your body to handle it. So you shouldn't get as sick as you would have without it, which is one of the reasons my kids and sister get it. I'm already immune compromised, so I got a problem anyhow, and I worried so much that I would get it and I'd be on a ventilator and I'd die, and it's like really scary thought. Trevor says, I think my first dose was easier than the second. I haven't had COVID. Yeah, I was warned that my second dose would be worse, but actually it wasn't. So I was very lucky there. definitely. The only thing I think is before they started announcing and came down and shut everything out, the pandemic, I had been in a hospital in January. So in March, they shut everything down. The CDC started reporting cases back in the beginning of January. In the end of January, I had 10 days in a hospital. I couldn't breathe. I was on oxygen. I was coughing terribly. And they said that I had bronchitis complicated by my asthma. And now I wonder if maybe I actually did have COVID back then, because they weren't, the hospitals and stuff, nobody knew about it. They didn't announce it, they didn't start coming out and announcing it till March. So I wonder if, because there were cases as far back as January, as far as they can tell. And so I wonder if that was actually a case of COVID, and maybe that helped me having, but yeah, I've had both doses. I made sure of that. And luckily, I got it earlier than age wise, because I live in a senior housing unit. And so when they provided it for the whole building, not just people who were 65 and over. Because I had gotten the paper saying anybody 65 and over, and I'm just 64. So I wasn't technically eligible, but they said because they provided it for the building, everybody got it. So I was able to get it. And they came here for us because, being senior citizens, most of the people here can't leave, can't go anywhere, don't have cars, don't drive. So they made it so they came to us for both doses. So that was great. Yep, that sounds right. I'm glad you've had both doses. Yeah. I have my one daughter got it. My daughter, the nurse, is refusing to get it. And she's not forcing her kids to get it either. She's letting them make the decision if they want it or not. And she's not the only medical personnel I know of. Where she works isn't requiring them to have it. She says, if you're not requiring me to have it, I'm not getting it. I'll only get it if I have to for my job. And our job didn't require it. I don't know why they didn't require it. You would think they would, because she works with dialysis and she's in close contact with people. So it would make sense. But she's refusing. She told me to make sure I got mine, but she's refusing to get hers. So my other daughter got hers. I don't know about my son. He's kind of a rebel, and he's probably not going to either, but maybe, I don't know. They're all adults, so they can make their own decisions. So, but I've had so many COVID tests, it isn't funny, because just the ones in that hospital stay were bad enough. I was at like 12 before I even went into that hospital, and I had like 14 to 16 tests while I was in there. I was like, oh my gosh, I've never been tested for COVID so many times. Most people don't have that many COVID tests, and a lot of people haven't had one. And here I am with all these COVID tests. It's good to know I don't have COVID. It's not the only good thing about that. I obviously it's slowed down, but it's not gone, and I don't know if it'll ever really be gone. My daughter seems to think it's going to be kind of like the flu. You're just going to have to, get vaccinated. And you could still get the flu, even if you have a flu shot, but it's not as bad. Kay says, it always surprises me when medical folks don't get the vaccine. I got mine as soon as I was eligible. There's a lot of medical folks, not just my daughter, that are not getting it. And you would think, yeah, that they would, but a lot of them, no. If they don't have to, they're not doing it. Because like even with the mask situation, the medical folk in my family didn't seem to think it was a big deal. Whereas the rest of us are like, if you're going to be near me, you're going to need to wear a mask. You know, not taking chances. And I didn't see my family much. And they preferred not to, you know, get close to people they didn't live with on a daily basis. So, of course, I don't see my children that often anyhow, and so I saw them even less when all this happened. Now, the one that didn't get vaccinated was at my house the other night. She brought me a Mother's Day dinner late because I was in the hospital. And she says, do I have to wear a mask? I said, I'm going to leave that up to you. I said, I'm vaccinated, and you might have to wear one to get through the building now because I think the building's still requiring it. So we did not wear masks. But that's fine. They're my family. And I haven't seen them. So they all wore their masks to come in. And then, you know, when they got here, we took them off. We were eating anyhow. Can't use a mask on. Gibber says, your college is thinking of opening, but the students need to be vaccinated. It makes sense. And I don't think it's an unreasonable request. When you go to school, when you're child, you're required to get vaccinations, you know, certain ones, whatever. I don't know what the requirements are now. There's a lot more than when my kids were little, because I'm 64, so, you know, my kids were little a long time ago. And, well, 40-some years to be exact. And I know they've added a lot more vaccinations to that list that they had. And now my grandson is planning on going to college somewhere, I think in Wisconsin. And he's planning on going physically to college. So I don't know whether they're open yet or not. And I don't know whether they'll require him to be vaccinated. And I'm not sure if he is vaccinated. I didn't hear that when they were talking about it. I didn't hear whether he was or not. But he's still young, so they may not have gotten to his age group anyhow. So, he plans on going to a regular college. He wants to go in person. He doesn't want to do it online. So we'll see what happens there. He just got out of the military, so he's taking some time off, and then he's going to start college. Kay says, yeah, my job is looking at going back to the office and just sent out a vaccination survey. Meanwhile, I'm here. Like, if you want me in office, it won't be 9 to 5. I'll be in PJs, and I'll be very cranky. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are still out, you know, and haven't gone back. But you know, there's a couple companies I know that have recalled their work at home employees. My sister would be really angry if they call her back. She's one of them. She's really freaked out by the whole thing. And she told her kids, don't even come to my house unless you have a mask on, because not all of them believed in it. Even the medical, like I said, the medical personnel, they didn't, you know, wear masks. And she said, if you're going to be near me, you're going to wear one. Otherwise, don't bother coming. And so if she gets called back into work, wow, she doesn't leave the house. So I can only imagine. I mean, she has a very big job, and she can do it all at home. And it's kind of like a lot of these places, I'm like, why bother making them come back in? You could get rid of your big buildings, save money on overhead, just let your people work at home. They're doing okay at home. Why not let them continue working at home. Yeah, you can't monitor them. I realize that. But I think a lot of things will change over time as more and more people and more jobs are being set up to be, do it. I mean, even calls. I think I'm not even finishing my sentences here. I just realized I'm like jumping around. Even call centers work at home now. The only bad thing I hate about that is when I call and all I hear is kids screaming and fighting in the background. That is very difficult when you're trying to do, a conversation with somebody and in the background you hear their kids fighting. That is one thing I have against the work at home policy. Because the kids are home from school. And so, of course, as kids they'll either interrupt you for one thing or another, or they're fighting. So I've had quite a few conversations that were less than helpful. But you can do it at home. Wow. I wish to get rid of this whole whatever I got. But it's not COVID. They tested me so many times it wasn't funny. And I definitely don't have COVID. I told them, if I have COVID, it came from your facility because I've been here so many weeks. I didn't get it anywhere else. But I didn't have it, so. Cases exactly. Personally, I like work from home. I get more done. I can chill between meetings. No commute. Dog is happy. Yeah, exactly. As long as, you've got your people that'll take advantage of being at home and not supervised. But as long as the person's disciplined and does their job, I think working from home is a great idea. It will, of course, put a lot of people, a lot of, these buildings that, get rented for businesses and stuff. They'll end up losing, their income because nobody's using the building. They're all working at home. And you can meet, there's so many programs out there that you can meet with other people and see them. So, I think it's great. I think, change is great. Sometimes I'm not big on change, but this I think is a good thing. Cases I get that some people need the in-person bonding or whatever. Yeah. But as long as I'm not dragged back into the world of humanity, I'm content. Well, that's it. Some people are people person and have to have people and interaction. I don't. I'm fine being alone with my computer, communicating like this and whatnot. That's fine for me. I always hated, the jobs where I had to go into work. Your boss is hanging over your shoulder, But some people need that, so. I have so much writing to catch up on. I miss Nano completely. I started it and then I broke my foot, so I completely missed the month. So I never finished my Nano. So I didn't. That's the first one in a long time I haven't completed. And then, of course, I was working on writing on my first book, and I'm still working on it because I decided to change something. Besides all my beta reader critiques, I decided to change some stuff in it. So I'm rewriting it. So I've got a lot of writing to do. And a lot of stuff to catch on from not being, like the mail is astronomical. And it all has to be straightened out, dealt with, filed away. I'm like making piles here and trying to work my way through it. I had my daughter come over every so many days because I have a program from the post office where I can see what's in my mailbox. So if I saw something important in there, I said, could you please go check my mail and open that up for me? So I can know what it was. Let's see. Kate says, I'm the same. I like to be left alone in my home, please and thank you. Yes, exactly. I feel that way too. And Kate said, oh my God, I missed Nano too. I'm waiting eagerly for July, even though work is nuts and I know 50K will be really tough. I missed the community site. Well, in July, it's still camp, so you still set your own goal. You don't have to do 50K. That's only if you want to do 50K. In July, you can still set your goal. I don't know what's happening with the Worldwide Write-a-thon in June because they changed everything up, and I got on they're doing it on I've forgotten what it's called. What is this thing? Discord. And they're setting things up. This time they decided that the hosts are going to pick their own co-hosts. So I put in the thing saying, well, I want to be a co-host, but they're not going to post the thing so you can sign up for it. Like you have to wait and see if a host advertises for co-hosts if they didn't find any, don't have enough friends or whatever. So I don't know if I'll be doing because I usually co-host. I did the last two. I co-hosted, but may not be this time. I just have to wait and see. I'm hoping. I like doing it. Chipper says, I don't like being alone sometimes. Well, sometimes I do get lonely. But most of the time, no, I'm fine without people. People cause me stress. In person. Like, I feel, I don't know, like they're invading my space kind of thing. I'm okay with this kind of stuff. They're not here. No, I've been invaded by my neighbors. My neighbors are really close because it's a high rise and our apartments are like jam-packed together. 4 feet across the hall is my neighbor, and then 2 feet the other way is a neighbor, and across from her is a neighbor. So there's 4 doors right together. And then, one part down, there's a neighbor, and one on each side of the hall, and the other way there's apartments. So really close living in a high rise, and that kind of is a little, I'm getting used to it, but I really don't like this closeness of neighbors. Jibber says, I can't wait till school is over, but then I'm taking summer class. Only one because summer class is expensive. Wow. Well, I gather you're doing it online. Kay says, that's exactly it for me too, Tessa. Whenever anyone visits my house, it takes a solid 2 days for me to loosen up and stop being super territorial. I'm like a half-feral cat, I suppose. Yeah, I understand the feeling, believe me. People keep saying to me, why don't you socialize? You should know your neighbors. You should know this. And they start talking to me about people in the building. I said, look, I don't know anybody in the building except for my people right around me. Otherwise, I don't know them because there's no reason for me to socialize. I don't like to socialize. I'm not a socializer. I never was a socializer. Even as a kid, I was a loner. I hated it. And my parents made me so mad is because I would prefer to stay in and read a book. And they would force me out of the house to go play. And I said, I don't want to. And when I wouldn't do it, they shoved me out the door and locked it. I didn't have a key to get back in. They locked me out of the house. I'm like, I can't believe you did this. They said, go play with the rest of the kids. I mean, my brother and sister were out there, but I didn't want to be. I was happy with my book, curled up, reading in another world other than my own, because of my own stuff. Cases, summer classes, mine were short sessions of 1 month. Are yours like that? Shipper says, yeah, it's only a month. It's in July. It's online too. Yeah, I can only imagine the cost. 2001, I took a technical course, and I had to get like financial backing, and I got a huge grant because they can't let my daughter, even though she was 22 or 23, I forget what the cutoff is, and she lived with me. She could not get a grant because she was not considered an independent, even though she paid half the rent for that place and was an adult. So it worked for me. It gave me extra grant money, but she had to finance her whole thing. She wouldn't give her any grant money. And but that was a pretty expensive, even though it's like 13 months, 4 nights a week, classes, 4 hours each night for 4 days a week. It was expensive. And I never finished paying off my student loan. And I did file bankruptcy twice, but you can't get rid of your student loans. The government says, oh no, you're not getting out of paying this. So I kept paying some what I could. I stretched my payments out as much as I could because I couldn't pay them. And when I became disabled, I was able to get them, can't think of the word I want. I don't owe them anymore. At that point, the doctor said I was permanently disabled. Social Security said I was permanently disabled. So I was able to get the loans, whatever it is they do to them, and you don't have to pay them anymore. So that was one big help because I don't get a very big disability check, believe me. And I live in public housing because it's based on my income, or I'd never be able to live on my own, ever. I didn't, I just don't think enough. It's been difficult to adjust to, and I didn't know a lot. I mean, I lucked into a lot of things I didn't know about. And then I got, I didn't think I qualified for Medicaid because I looked at the thing and I said, well, my income's just above it. But when I had in-home health nursing after my hospital stay, there was a social worker. And the first thing she did was say, you need to sign up for Medicaid. I said, I can't. I'm above the, she says, not for this program. And she got me started. And ever since then, things have been a lot easier. I have Medicaid as well as my Medicare. And I don't have many medical costs at all because between the two of them, they cover just about everything. And they give me the aid and they give me a meal every day. And, unfortunately, I'm still waiting on the aid because mine quit while I was in the hospital. So, he says, thank goodness it finally got rid of your loans. Yeah, I thought I'd be paying them the rest of my life, a little bit here and there. I've been paying mine all fast as I can since the government put them in COVID. Forbearance was one of the things I was trying for, but I really needed to get rid of them because it wasn't like I was going to suddenly have a large income to pay it off. That just means no interest. Okay. Interest isn't high on student loans to begin with, so you probably aren't saving too much. I mean, my interest on the student loan was very low. I had them stretched out. By combining all my loans, I was able to get a smaller payment. And then when I told them my problem and I needed to, when it was happening and I couldn't pay them, they lowered them again. And then they got me started with the process of how to go about getting them. I don't know what the word is. I hate that one. I can't think. But they got me, because I work through Sallie Mae, which is a big student-owned company. And they helped me get started with the paperwork to request the loans be forgiven. My loans are forgiven. I think that's the term. And I didn't have to pay anything while they were working on that. Like, they put a hold on it at that point. Because first they lowered the payments. I said, I can't pay these either. And then explain what happened. And they stopped the payments. They gave me X amount of time to get forgiven, which they gave me the paperwork. Had to, of course, get the doctor to sign off on it, show proof that I was in permanent disability, and they were eventually forgiven. The only thing is, I had a 3-year length of time that I could not work or go to school, apply for school loans and stuff like that. So, you know, in order to be completely forgiven, I had to go those 3 years. Now, I wasn't planning on working anyhow. I couldn't work. And school I would have loved to do online, but again, I couldn't apply for a loan because I'm not paying my loans and trying to get out of them. So after the 3 years, I got the official letter that I was now forgiven and I do not owe these loans. It was a long process, but it's done. So, because I had my daughter's loan on mine, they made us get a Parent Plus loan. She was, like I said, she was an adult. She was almost independent. And they refused. They made us get a Parent Plus. I said, I can't afford. They're not going to give me, me a loan because I owe, so much money and I only make so much. They're going to say no, but they gave it to me. So I had this loan in my name, and I was like, if she doesn't pay it, I'm stuck. I mean, thankfully she's very, responsible. So she paid it. So when she paid me each month, it was enough to pay the payments. And since I couldn't pay it, I just let her, payment be the payment. And I'd add a little bit to it if I could that month, to make it a little bit more. But for the most part, I just made the payment with hers. And then, of course, once she was paid off, I had to start paying them. And that's when the problem arose. Couldn't pay them. But there are things out there. It's just a long process. We've been talking for a while. Did you guys want to do any sprints? I don't know if you're writing or doing anything. Or I know I'm supposed to be doing things, and I'm sitting here talking. I can't believe it's almost July again. Another nano's coming up. Okay, great. We'll do a sprint. Nano's coming again, so I'll get a second chance to, because I had planned on finishing book 1 and then starting book 2, and that was going to be my nano project, but it didn't end up working that way. Kay says, I'm down for a sprint. I still have 3 chapters to finish a final edit on before 8 a.m. tomorrow. Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay. Great. I'm sending it. It's 25. Okay. I used to do 30, but there's a lot of people that prefer 25. So I usually do 25 now. So it's 25. Okay. Does somebody have a desire for a different amount? So I'm ready with 25 minutes. Oh, this food is so aggravating. Pomodoro style. What is that? 25 minutes, 5 off. You know how many times we go over 5 minutes? I know a lot of people, and they stick strictly to that, but I tend to go through the comments that are in the chat and respond to. And one day I got bombarded, and somebody says, you gotta figure out what not to worry about. And, because I tend to answer everyone. It's like, you don't have to go over everyone. Learn to pick out the ones you need to. It's like, I'll never have a sprint again at the rate I was going. I had so many comments. So I'm still working on that. Okay. So we will start with the 25 minute. I gotta find my timer. 25 minutes. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, one sprint. I just came back a little early and see that Bethany's been here. Thank you, Bethany. I missed all you guys. Thanks for stopping by. And Shay was here. Maybe you still are. I don't know. I can't tell with this thing anymore. Thank you for the anniversary wishes. It's hard to believe it's been a year. I'm glad I'm streaming again, too. One of the things I missed being in the hospital was streaming. Bethany, I missed you, too. It was hard. I mean, I was used to streaming so much, and then all of a sudden it was gone. Gone. Yeah, a year already. Hard to believe, isn't it? Okay, you guys are still here. That's cool. I really missed it, and I mean, it's not like you're not gonna figure out how to do it on the phone. I had a roommate who had dementia, and he was constantly screaming all kinds of crap. So there's no way I could have done a live stream. It was just impossible. That's all I would need is things. I mean, the woman was talking to people that weren't there. She was yelling at them. Then she was pleading with them. And then she was crying to them. And I'm like, oh, God. And she wouldn't stay in bed. And she couldn't walk. And she was trying to pull the curtain down. And I half expected her to land on top of me. I had to go get the nurse and say, look, she's out of bed again. She falls out of, I had to put mattresses around her. Oh, boy. What a way to end your year of being on YouTube, right? My anniversary was spent in that place. Did you even break, pun intended, since I broke my foot? That's what got me into that mess. I'm still wearing a walking boot. I don't know how long before I get this thing off. I'm struggling along here. It was definitely a break. I don't know. I guess because I wouldn't have taken a break if I had any choice. So, yeah, you're probably right. You know, I needed the break, and I was just pushing myself, and I had to take a break. I had no choice, and that's usually how I do things in life. I hate a job. I can't quit it. I wait till I get laid off. Yeah, same thing. Shay says, that sounds stressful. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. Yeah, the whole time. Well, the first 2 weeks I was in the COVID quarantine section, so I didn't have a roommate there. But when I got in the main section, I had to have a roommate. And it just turned out she's somebody with severe dementia. And it was awful. And they were trying to teach her how to walk again. She fell too, obviously, from things I heard being said. I mean, they talk about privacy, but how much privacy is there when there's a patient 2 feet away in another bed? But I was terrified she was going to fall on me because she was trying to stand up. They gave her just enough knowledge to figure out how to stand up. And I'm like, please do not. You know, and then I was worried she had fallen out of bed, even though one side had a mattress, the other side only had a rubber pad. She would have not only hurt herself, if she pulled those curtains down, she could have landed on me. And all that apparatus with the hooks on the curtains and everything could have landed and hurt somebody. And it was dangerous. There were no way to keep her in bed. Like, there were no side rails on the beds. There should have been side rails all the way down that bed to keep her from climbing out. And so once she figured out how she could climb out, she was climbing out. She had no idea where she was going. I don't know how many times she told me, I need to get out of the bathroom. I'm like, oh, gosh, well, you're not in the bathroom. Didn't matter. She's wearing a diaper. No big deal. Yeah, the bad thing, that's true. I mean, the lack of resources. And I said, if you can't handle the patients you have, you don't have enough employees, they shouldn't be taking new patients in. because they're spread too thin. They can't do their job properly. And that leads to a lot of neglect and abuse that shouldn't have happened. And some of those people didn't belong there. You have to have a certain type of personality to work in that type of job. And some of those people didn't have it. So it was an awful experience. I don't want to repeat it. I definitely don't want to repeat it. Bad situation. But I'm out now. I'm home. I have my computer. I'm able to stream again. It makes me happy. I'm able to write again. That also makes me happy. I really miss my writing. So, how did you guys do? Did anybody get anything? I had a couple people here that were on that sprint with me. Anybody get anything done? I was doing messages on my blog because I had to get my blog started up again. It's been so long since I've been on it. It's just one of the million things I have to do. I don't know whether to report this place or not. I'm getting conflicting responses from people. So many say, yes, I should. And several have told me that it's not a good idea. So I don't know. I mean, like, my sister has to constantly do that kind of stuff for my dad, who's in a nursing home. So, you know, not that it does a lot of good. I mean, she's constantly fighting with them about, you know, what's going on with him. And I wasn't even in the same position as he was. I wasn't in a nursing home that was attached to a nursing home. I was in the rehab area. But it's almost the same thing. Kate says, I got through a few hundred words, but not as many as I wanted. Ugh, just not feeling it this weekend. That's terrible. And you said it has to be done by 8 a.m. tomorrow? So you kind of have to do it. You don't have a lot of choice if it's due tomorrow at 8 a.m. I have a new deadline for mine because the person who was going to edit it got sick the same time I did and was in the hospital. So she's just as behind as I am. So I don't have to worry about that. So yeah, I am so glad to be back. And writing. I mean, in between working on the pile of mail, the huge pile of mail I have been doing some work on my novel, doing some work on my blog, so it's not totally, because every time you go away for a long time, like I lost followers on YouTube because there's no new stuff coming out, so you lose a few. And then it's the same way with a blog. If you're not putting out fresh information, you lose readers of your blog. So that's why, it's important for me to get back in there and start working again to get my people back, So that's been good. Kay says, yep, 8 a.m. It's my own deadline, but I have an intern starting next week, so I know I won't have time to catch up over the week. Okay. So it's an internal deadline, but a necessary one. Kay says, I'm so sorry you had a bad experience at rehab. Lack of resources is a huge problem as far as I understand, and it sucks you experienced that firsthand. Yes, that was really, really bad. I was in a rehab before, and though it wasn't ideal, it wasn't anything like what I just experienced. And I lost my aide. She quit while I was in the hospital. I get an aide 5 days a week, 4 hours a day. So I don't have that help. So suddenly I have, I can't do the cleaning and the laundry and the shopping and all that stuff. I wasn't even able to bathe and dress myself. She was my help. On the weekends I struggled because she wasn't here. And now I have no aid at all. So I'm totally struggling. I had my daughter pull all the food out of my cabinets because I can't be climbing ladders to get to in the cabinets that are made for giants. And a lot of other things I asked her to bring down that the aide who was tall, very tall, rearranged the place to her liking, which was fine because she was around, but she's not around now. And I'm like, I had my daughter said, I'm sorry, you're going to have to get this stuff down for me because I'm here alone on my own. Matthew says, I'm so sorry. I wish the resources were there to have shifted this whole mess. Yeah, well, most of this could be blamed on the pandemic. That's a big problem with the aides and the aides in the nursing homes and the rehabs. They don't want to be there because of the pandemic. So it's hard to find people. So I don't know how long I'll be before I get another aide. I mean, my care manager sent out immediately. As soon as she had the date I was coming home, she sent out the request, even to the agency I was just, at, who, the nurse, the aide quit from. And they have nothing either. So I don't know how long it's going to be that I'm here all by myself, which is why I'm looking for an assisted living facility. It's not what I want to do, but I can't live alone. It's not good for me. It's dangerous for me. Too many things happen that I need someone around to keep an eye on me and help me with things. So who knows how long that'll be. There is a place open, but it's in a town I would not live in. It's like one of the most crime-ridden towns in our state. One of the highest murder rate areas. It's like, I don't really want to live in that town. Because she told me, she says, I have one, but you're not going to live there. And I said, yeah, you're right. And my family's like, no way are you moving to that area. So I'm also waiting for an assisted living facility. And I really like being alone in my own apartment, but I have to be realistic. It's not going to work. I can't do it. Too many things happen that nobody's here to know that it happened. It's not like somebody pops in every day like I had my aide. At least I know she's not here on the weekend, but she'd be. But, if something happened, like I fell and I couldn't reach anything to let anybody know, couldn't answer the door, couldn't whatever. So, yeah, there's a lot of problems. And, I wear a medical alert button, but you have to take it off to charge it every now and then. So if anything happened when I didn't have it on, it wouldn't do me much good. Because when I broke my foot, I pushed the button. I said, look, I've fallen and I can't get up. And it was so funny because I wanted to say that. I thought it was so funny. And I was like, I really did, because I couldn't get up. I mean, I knew my ankle. I thought it was my ankle that was broken. It turned out to be just my foot, not my ankle. But I was lying on the floor. And I was telling them yesterday I had 2 cute EMTs this time. Guys. Usually they send girls lately. It's been girls. And this was 2 cute guys. And I'm like, yay, something good to look at. So, I know Kate wanted a Pomodoro. I think we went over the 5 minutes. Sorry. We should start another sprint. So if you guys end up leaving before I come back, I wish you well, and I'll see you another time. I don't know when. Sometimes people leave during the time I'm, not on the screen, and I can't see that you've left and said goodbye. And I'm like, and come back and find out you're already gone. So I'm saying goodbye first, just in case you're not here when I come back. I'm going to set another timer and go on another sprint. And thank you all for coming tonight and for the anniversary wishes. It was funny because when I saw my friends all talking about their anniversary, I'm like, wait a minute, we all started around the same time. So I looked it up. Yeah, I think it was last night I looked it up. I said, oh yeah, I already passed it. But I was in the hospital, so I couldn't do anything anyhow. So tonight's sort of a belated anniversary. Not that I had anything big planned to do. So anyhow, I'm setting the timer now for 25 minutes. And we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. I spent the whole time trying to set up as a co-host for the Worldwide Write-a-thon. And they have so screwed everything up this time. It is confusing as all get out. I mean, maybe it's just me and I'm the screw up, but I am not too thrilled right now. So, all right. So, let's see what happened. I see a lot of people showed up. I was gone. Amelia's here. Hi, Amelia. Lizzie. Hi, Lizzie. Well, Amelia, as I said, really frustrated right now trying to sign up for as a co-host to the Worldwide Write-a-thon. They've made it so difficult. Lizzie says, all over the place. I should be restarting my second draft, but I'm scared for many reasons. If I fail again, I have to quit my publishing dreams, and my existence really would be a big mistake. Oh, Lizzie, please, 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 please. I hope you're just having one of those moments and this is going to pass. We've been over this again and before. You wouldn't be a big failure. It would be a mistake to stop writing because you can't seem to start a second draft. Maybe it's not the piece for you. Pick a different one. Try again. Don't give up your dreams. And your existence is not a big mistake. You are here for a reason. And you love to write. So go with it. If the one you're working on is not working out, try another one. Don't quit. I hate that to keep telling you. And I know, because I went through this myself, and I did quit, and it was a mistake. I can tell you, it's a mistake. It took me 40 years to figure out it was a mistake and start writing again. Don't do that. Don't do that to yourself. Just find a different project and work on it. Do not feel as if you're a failure. A lot of people can't work on one piece and have to work on more than one. And sometimes they have to get rid of that piece. It's just not for them. Don't feel bad. Work on something else. Go back to the other one if you can. And if you can't, just put it down to it wasn't meant to be right. Meant to be written. Sorry, I said that word wrong. Please, please, please. Don't quit. Maya said it's amazing how well I'm fixing plot holes as they go along with the story compared to my last story attempt. Seems to be a much stronger concept. Lizzie, that makes very little sense. There's many authors that make a lot more drafts than that. You shouldn't quit if you need to make a third draft. Lizzie says, oh, wait, you weren't asking me. Don't worry about it. I'm getting a little confused. Lizzie says the problem is that I'm incapable of edit anything. If I can't edit a first draft, I can't publish. You're young, Lizzie. It takes practice. It's not easy. Don't think that you can just jump into a project and edit it. You have to work at it. You may have to do some studying on it. That's why all books need to go to editors before being publishing, people who know what they're doing. So don't be so hard on yourself. Just keep working on it. Lizzie says, developmental edits don't work with me. Have you had a developmental edit done by someone who knows what they're doing? Oh, great. Everything just jumped again. You can't do them yourself. You definitely don't have the experience at this point to do a developmental edit. I don't even know what they are, let alone how to do it. So don't be worrying about developmental edits at this point. He says everyone could use some developmental edits. You don't have to call it a certain number draft. You can just edit on it until you feel like you're done. Good advice. As he said, I can edit the words, but not the characters. I can't get how they are in my head on paper. Takes practice, Lizzie. And again, you are young. You have plenty of time to learn. Just keep working at it. Don't worry about it. Don't make it that big a deal. Just keep working until it sounds right. Amelia says, I get that a lot, especially with drawing. The more you write, the better you get. Exactly. This is a rewrite of a MG middle grade, I guess, book I wrote in 2019. I wrote it as young adult in 2020, and it worked great and got finished, but the side characters are dry in this one. Like I said, it may not be the project. Try a different one. Don't just quit because one's not working. I'm trying to show Anderson as a competitive jerk who is no different than Logan, the male main character himself, and they become friends to help each other get better as people. Dustin is just the way I want him to be. He's the antagonist. Maria says, right now I'm writing a story and I planned out the characters, the world, and the concept enough that the scene edits don't hurt the story. That's good. Mary says, you got Dustin right, which proves that you can do it. Lizzie says, Amanda, Christy's best friend, who later dumps her, needs more development as well, but my idea is clear for her. The grandpas are on point, though, Lizzie says. Good. Mia says, well, I've been having character issues, and the Enneagram has helped me a lot. It's more useful than MBTI to me because it helps you understand the strength of your character rather than being a blueprint. There's a few things I don't know, so I don't know everything. Lizzie says, Christy, the girl main character, needs more development with her brother Rylan, who she's jealous of because he is better at music than she is. Lizzie says, I'm going to start off small, I guess. The plot is perfect. Talking about my characters actually motivates me. Well, that's a good thing. Grandpas are the best characters. Great. Wonderful. I didn't think I'd ever get through that whole thing. You can do it, Lizzie. Even if you have to switch projects for a while, you can do it. Keep doing it. You know how many times I've rewritten my novel now? Probably about 50. And it's still not the way I want it. So I just keep rewriting it. It's not the end of the world. Enneagram focuses on motivation, while characters might have the same outward goal. The motivation to do so may be different. It doesn't change the plot, but can help add depth. Amelia says, I love writing ruthless jerks too. I got one in mind everybody hates. As soon as they say I hate, I know who they're talking about. They don't have to go any further. I know exactly who they mean. He is a jerk. However, he does have some redeeming characteristics. He's not a total jerk. He's not beyond redemption. So, okay. I'm still trying to figure this stupid write-a-thon thing out. Anybody get anything done during that sprint before I pop this into the next one? I got to stop getting so carried away with topics take me off of the writing. And it doesn't take much. I don't stay focused long. It doesn't take much to get me off topic. I got a couple answers here on Discord, so I got to go see what they said to what I said. They may tell me you don't want me to be a co-host at all. Then I don't know if that's what it says. I'm just, I put on there I didn't understand this new way of doing things. It's just confusing the hell out of me. As he says, fun fact, Anderson was the jerk in the middle grade one. He and Dustin switched personalities in my young adult one because it made more sense to have the best friend want to do bad so Anderson wouldn't be pointless. Okay. Whatever works out for the story. Because he says, I guess this means I have to cut all the dull running gags. Again, whatever's best for the story. All right, let me set up the next sprint because I have a bunch of responses I have to go through there. I'm trying to get a spot, and I want to get a spot before they fill up. Let's see here. Timer. 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okie dokie. Didn't even mute myself this time. Okay, I'm still working on this co-host thing. Crazy. Driving me nuts. Hopefully I'll get it straightened out. Let's see how did everybody do? And let's see where we were. What you guys have been crazy busy in the chat. Okay. Amelia says, I decided how I'm going to replace that scene I decided to take out last night. Instead of just skipping it, I'll have the main character make a choice. That's kind of character development. They'll set up a whole new phase that will fill out the book. Cool. That's great. I'm glad you found a way to figure that out. Those situations can be difficult sometimes. Lizzie says, the most common ones are, it's devastating, Ryland, and you're ridiculous, Dustin. Oh, okay. That must be referring to the gags. He says that's not a running gag. It's more of a catchphrase, which can really help with characterization. And that's cool. Good idea. Amelia's got the idea going there. I understand what she says. It does make sense. Yeah, it's kind of part of their character, their personality. Gotcha. Great. Mia says, caught myself telling instead of showing. I'm having my character make a choice, and I almost spilled all this reading from making the choice before he even did it. Yeah, that could be fun, right? Lizzie says, I make too much of a big deal of it when they use those phrases. I think I should not empathize. I think you mean not emphasize, empathize. Emphasize. I think you mean emphasize it and have the reader find out on their own. Yeah, it's just part of their personality quirks. Amelia says, how much of a big deal did you make it? Because I could definitely understand why it might be a gag if the circumstances keep getting more ridiculous just so they can say it. I agree. Leslie says, I'm going to say time they say the phrases, the main characters make comments about it and roll their eyes. It gets kind of old. I make them tell bad jokes just so they can say their phrases. Interesting. Lizzie says, hey, I can edit. Yeah, you can. All right. Lizzie said that I mentioned that the fruit named dogs are more developed than the humans. They were my favorite people to write. Lizzie, I have a special thing where I make sure a dog is in every one of my books. One book I forgot, and I had a character dress up as a dog for Halloween, so it counted. Interesting, Lizzie. And Maya said, I'm trying to decide what sort of vehicle my main side character should have. I want to say a pickup truck, but for some reason that seems cliche to me. Maybe a Honda Fit. Then how would I describe a Honda Fit without using the trademark name or weird car lingo? Ooh, that's something I didn't think about. I use names of cars in mine. Like their vehicles, I name them the company that makes them and the name of the vehicle. I didn't think about that being trademarked, possibly. I mean, in a lot of ways, it's actually advertisement for them. But it is something to think about because I do the same exact thing. I named all my vehicles by their companies. As he says, you can't use car names in books. I've seen them in a lot of books before. He says, well, maybe I can, but it seems weird. Yeah, because I didn't even think about it. So specifically name the type of vehicle rather than just saying car, pickup, SUV. I mean, I even use years. I went and looked up and made sure what years they were made so that they fit in the right category. So I didn't name something that wasn't, you know, if it was supposed to be new, that it wasn't, I don't know. I'm confused. Because he wants to know what genre it is. Mary says, might be that I can talk about him having a Honda Fit, but can't market the book with the Honda Fit or have it on the cover. Probably can't have it on the cover, but I'm not sure about the naming of it. That's something to think about. Amelia says, supernatural is her genre. Lizzie says, filled a whole journal page of notes for edits, and I'm about ready. Okay, cool. Lizzie says, you can keep the Honda, just don't mention the name much, and if it fit good in the story, in my opinion. I don't know how to spell emphasis in the other form, okay? I guess you emphasized. Yeah, I got you. Hi, Greg. Nice to see you. As he says, I use card names too. I don't think there's copyright or against it because I see them using a lot of books. And as far as I can see, that's like an advertisement for them. You're telling people about that vehicle. So that's like advertisement. Greg says, hi to Lizzie. I'm not going to read all those things. What am I doing? Mia said, yeah, I I guess don't make it seem like I'm sponsored by Ford or something. Yeah, make them all Fords. Make them all different companies, and then you're better off. That's what I did. Mine are all made by the same company. But I did name them, the company and the type of vehicle. And even the year. Like I looked them up to make sure. In some cases, I used the year. Because she was talking about she was buying a new car, but I think I took that part out anyhow. There's spots in there where I used the vehicle, but yeah, it probably doesn't have to be that specific for what I'm doing. This says just don't talk trash about it. Yeah, well, that would be a problem. This Tesla blew up in the middle of the street. Yeah, right. Rex says maybe the car companies could technically sue, but they would be crazy if they did. Yeah, I agree, Greg, because I think in a way it's the type of advertisement for them. Someone may not know that they had such a vehicle and may go actually looking for one because they, it was used in something they read. I see that more as the advertisement type thing. It's not as a bad thing, but who knows? Lizzie says, I don't use the year. My books take place in 2020 to 2021 if the big C didn't exist at all. And who knows when they'll be coming out. Yeah, I don't have like years for my stories. They're just contemporary. And I try to make them as contemporary as possible so that they are generically for any year. It doesn't have to be specifically, 2020 or 2021, whatever. I try not to do that specifically. As I said, I've been trying to find out about becoming a host on this, co-host on the Worldwide Write-a-thon. And I actually got a message from the head person explaining the situation, and it makes a lot of sense. So I feel a little better now, but a little complicated with how they're doing things. But I understand why now, so it makes sense. So, Mary says every other paragraph talks about his Ford F-150 now with more cargo space. Rex says I found an article about the topic. I don't know how accurate it is, but it looks good. rightsofwriters.com. Can I mention brand name products in my... Short answer is yes, you can use trademarks in fiction. Oh, cool. I have to go, let's see. Pretty sure I got it open. Let me see if I can get to that link. I want to read that article when I get a chance. All right, there we go. Definitely want to read that. because that's really changed a lot of things for me. Especially the problem with the military. Lizzie says this Honda minivan keeps having the door stuck. That happens with our Odyssey at least. Yeah, I don't think that's a good thing to say. Lizzie says I finally decided on doing a Beauty and the Beast and Sleeping Beauty mashup for the book that had Disney's version in it, which means rewriting half the book. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm rewriting my whole thing right now. I decided to do something different. So I changed it again. And the ending is kind of the same, but beginning changes a lot. And I keep finding references to the stuff that flows down. I was like, oh gosh, that's not right. That won't work. You know, that kind of stuff. Slowing me down right now. I mean, I said, if it's worth it, it's worth it. Lizzie says, if a car in the book blows up, don't mention that brand. Yeah, definitely. Not a good thing. That would be negative advertising. Okay. You guys didn't mention if you got anything much done except talking, since you've obviously been chatting the whole time. Yeah, brand new car. You know, things talking about brand new cars blowing up. This one didn't blow up, but my daughter and I were out shopping, and the girl was broken down in traffic, kind of causing a traffic jam in the parking lot. And so my daughter can't leave anybody who's possibly in trouble, especially if it's a woman. You know, she feels obligated to help. And so she gets out and runs over to talk to the girl. And she goes, I just bought this car down the street and now it won't start. And she's stuck in the middle of traffic. So those kind of things happen. It didn't blow up, but she couldn't move that car and she was creating quite a traffic jam. I mean, I guess you could say, you know, whether it's a four-door or a hatchback or, you know, passenger vehicle, SUV. Yeah, you spelled Tesla wrong. Pickup truck. I don't know a lot about vehicles, so. Manual transmission, automatic transmission. I mean, a lot of people can't drive a manual transmission. Stick shift, in other words. Find a model and describe what it looks like outside and inside, the functions and color. At least new vehicles, man, they can do so many things. I got one that's so old, has no electric anything. Wind up windows, door locks, you have to lock. Pain when it's raining. And as you're running across the parking lot, you can't hit the button and have the doors unlocked when you get there. No, you got to stop and unlock the door. I've spent this whole time struggling with this, trying to become a co-host on the Worldwide Red Con. It's driving me nuts. Why would a car explode? If a bomb was placed inside, then it would not reflect badly on the manufacturer. The car explodes because it was defective. This is not realistic. There have been some cars, though, that have been recalled over here, American cars that exploded and were recalled for that. It does happen. It's not something that happens a lot, but it does happen. They can explode by themselves. No, not as often as they do in movies. I guess I didn't read that whole sentence. No, not as often as they do in movies. No, you're right. Well, I put my request in. Now I just have to wait and see if I get a co-host spot or not. He says in here, I thought Hollywood got everything right. Lizzie says, I don't think those pictures and news stories were fake. Greg says it might happen rarely to Amelia. It is not very common, especially in modern cars. No, but it does happen. But yeah, not often. Amelia says, yeah, you're right. I have not looked at my novel at all today. I slept till just before this sprint. And I set it up just before this sprint. Because I didn't know how I was going to feel after last night. I did 9 hours last night. Because I figure I'm miserable here. The boot hurts, but it hurts when when I'm trying to sleep too. So going to bed lying there with my sore foot wasn't going to help any. So I must as well stay awake. Wonder what happened to you, gibberish. You fell asleep after the first sprint. I'm like, she disappeared. Mary says, how would I describe the outside of a car, though? Blue car doesn't describe as much as a blue Ford Fiesta. A blue 4-door convertible. The more I think about it, the more words I'm starting to think more about it. Like a blue 4-door convertible. A black pickup with crew seat. That's where you have the second, the whole back seat. You can have, or super cabs. Yeah, that would work. A blue 4-car door convertible. Oh, there you go. Amelia found a words to describe cars article. Cool. Good job. I like Greg's old rusty box. Sports cars, family cars. I love sports cars. I have a sedan, a 4-car sedan. Tiny. what do they call the tiny ones? I don't know. Small. Very small. I had a hard time buying a car, so I had to take what was around, and that was it. At least it wasn't objectionable. Aside from, I said it has to have air conditioning, and it has to be automatic. I hate. I've driven them. I know how to drive a stick shift, but I don't want to drive one. So I want an automatic with air conditioning. And in my price range, it didn't have electronic locks or windows, which is a pain. Which I have to sell when I move to assisted living because I can't afford to insure it. And being without a car is going to be really terrible. I may never leave my house again. And Mia says, this might be silly, but maybe I don't need to describe it as much. She's pretty stressed right now, and it's night. Probably wouldn't be as much of a focal point right then. Could describe later. It'd be a little harder at night. And and I don't know, like most people, the average person doesn't know by looking at a vehicle, especially in the dark, what it is. Unless it has something stands out that you know that what kind of vehicle it is. I mean, there's a lot of guys and car enthusiasts out there. It could be women too. I'm not saying can't. Car enthusiasts out there who know what every vehicle is just by seeing a part of it coming down the highway. I'm like, how do you know what that is? I can't even tell what it is. I can't barely tell it's a car. And you're telling me it's a blah, 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 blah. And, you know, like they'll know sometimes even the years just by the shape. They're so into vehicles. So, yeah. If it's nighttime, it's going to be even harder to recognize the vehicle. And color. It's either a dark color or a light color, but it'd be hard to tell the difference of exactly what color it is. There's a couple cars out there that I recognize because of the odd shape. Mary says, I don't think I could ever write a character like that. So much research. uh, what to do, what to do. I think it was in the middle of the post when I got started on the Worldwide Write-a-thon. Yeah, time to sprint again. 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. She just disappeared. Why not? Hey, Laura. Thank you. Like I told you, you guys, we're all about the same time. We all kind of gravitated together as newbies. So thank you. I'm sitting here. I've been trying to get a co-host spot on the Worldwide Write-a-thon. Boy, they changed the rules up so much. And I'm like, what? And I kept doing things wrong. I said, I don't understand. What in the world are you doing? It's not the same as last year. So, Jessica messaged me with the reason why. And I said, okay, it makes sense. I understand. Just I makes things complicated for me. And I think I understand now. And so I'm trying to get a spot as a co-host. See what happens. You submitted a sci-fi horror to an anthology. That's pretty specific. Congratulations. Hope it goes well. Boy, I missed something. Oh, a bunch of pigs on here. After all that discussion, a man is gone with small blue car. We're supposed to be sprinting, and I'm sitting here reading the comments. 10-minute doom. I don't know, just like pigs. Pigs roll, just like Animal Farm. Oh, wow. Back to working on a Victorian Gothic horror for a different anthology. You're a busy girl with those anthologies. And good luck on all of them. Lizzie says, time to start the second draft again. It's okay. You can start it as many times as you have to, Lizzie. Don't worry about it. Like I said, I probably started mine over about 50 times. And that's only a slight exaggeration. Seriously. I can't seem to say, okay, I'm going to work on chapter 1 till I think it's perfect. No, I have to read through the whole thing and rewrite it, and then read through the whole thing and rewrite it and drive myself crazy sometimes. Wow, 8 stories accepted. Wonderful. I knew you had quite a few, but 8. Wow. Good job, girl. You got to do something when you hit 10. Yeah, really. That's great. The last time I entered anything was when, and I don't know, I won't say it's the last time. The first time I entered something, I was in high school, and that's what caused that major no writing for 40 years because I got a failure. And to me, I just couldn't deal with it. So I say, Lizzie, don't give up. Don't do what I did. I lost 40 years of writing because of that. And I, Writer's Digest had a contest. I don't know if they still do that or not, but they had a writing contest, and they were really silly things. And so I read the thing. I guess you would call it a prompt, kind of a prompt. And I came up with a crazy idea that fit, and I sent it in. Now, I wasn't the top winner, but my idea got mentioned in the article that they wrote afterwards, with the list of winners and everything. And then it says some of the other winning ideas were, and I'm sure nobody else came up. Pretty sure no one else came up with the same thing. And it was there. So I felt vindicated a little bit because at least I got a mention. My name may not have been on it, but I got a mention. So, but it was just 10 years ago that I started writing again, and I'm 64 now. I lost all those years. So, Lizzie, do not give up. Just keep trying. Because I kind of feel like a new writer now, because even though I've been writing for 10 years, I didn't really try to write a novel. I always wrote short stories, which I put on the blog, or poems. I wrote poetry on my blog. And I've probably written a couple thousand of them by now. Some of them are still on the blog. Some of them I've read through the blogs and taken a lot of junk off. So it's like, no, I don't like that. It doesn't fit anymore. I don't want that on there. Take that off. There's still a lot of stuff on those blogs. I have 3 blogs, so there's a lot of stuff, stories and poems out there. And a lot of those serial prompts that I talked about are on there. I ended one, and the girls wrote back. So I can't keep on writing. I'm done with this now. And I ended it, and she came back and she said, is there more to the story, or is that the end? Because I thought I ended it, but I guess I didn't make the endings noticeable enough, because she asked me if there was more to the story. I mean, when I put those, because those are going into books, they're like the middle of the book. There's going to be more, probably, yes. But, right, for that was the end of the story. I have a bruise on my nose. I have to wear a mask, sleep mask on my face because of the BiPAP machine for my sleep apnea. And the darn thing makes my face hurt because it bruises it. And it always hurts. It feels like somebody punched me in the nose. It's so sore. So I don't know if I tried loosening things last night because I'm like, man, it's really making my head hurt. My head, my forehead, wherever the mask fits all around that is sore. And I'm like, jeez. And my nose hurts when the thing actually goes over my nose. And I don't know why the nose itself hurts. Unless it's resting on my nose and I just don't realize it. But I did find an easier way to get dressed, because I have a problem getting dressed on the lower half. And that's one of the things my aide did. And I had to learn how to do it by myself in the rehab. And I had to use these sticks and stuff to help me get the clothes on the bottom half. And last night by accident, when I was getting up, because I forget I have a lift chair, and I got in the chair, I'm like, how the heck am I going to get out of this thing? And my grandson said the other day, he goes, it's a lift chair, isn't it? I said, you're right. So I've been using the lift part of it. And I realized when it lifted me up to stand me up, that I get so far up, I can actually reach the bottom of my boot, which means putting the clothes on and off of my feet a lot easier. So it was an accidental find, but I'm so glad, because doing it sitting sideways on my bed was, well, now to take off the boot, I had to sideways on the bed. To do the clothes, I was sitting straight, but I couldn't reach down. So all this maneuvering with these two sticks, trying to get these things on and the boot is huge. So you have to stretch it over to get it over. So this was a great find last night. So I got changed quickly when I got up today. I got up and I'm like, oh man, that was so much easier. Yeah, 10 minutes. I got to do something. I'm supposed to be working. This is a sprint, and I'm busy yakking away. Sorry about that, people, if I interrupted your thing by talking. Let me do something. Okay. So the last, 10 minutes or so, I was on Instagram. I did not get any writing done. It figures us starting at 10 minutes or so. So, let's see where we are. Lizzie says, I have the first page. Good job. And Gibber said, I read 10 pages. Okay. Good job. Anybody else get anything done? I checked to make sure I had no new messages on my blog, so that's caught up. And the new prompts will start tomorrow. There's one I could do right now, but I just don't feel like it. So I'm skipping it. Greg says, I'm getting too tired to focus on writing. Made backup. We'll see you later. Bye. All right. Good night. Thanks for stopping by. Happy dreams. To Greg. I don't know if I said Greg. I meant Greg. I was reading Greg. I don't know if I said Greg. So I'll see you later. Lizzie says, have 539 words in the new document. Cool. Good job. Mia said, this new scene feels so much more real. I couldn't pinpoint it before, but I can see now how they really shouldn't be expected to be buddies immediately. Yeah, I would think most people don't take to each other right away. It's funny, I've become friends with people that initially turned me off. You know, like their first impression. I'm like, oh, I don't like that person. And then ended up becoming good friends with them later on. Very strange. I'm starting to think food again. About time. Time for a pain pill, too. Talk about a lot of pigs. That's a lot of pigs. Pig champ. Lizzie says, holy pig. Holy pig. Hmm. Memoir says, "All hail the pig." Now she's putting pigs on everything. Sprinting with the pig. Think I'm going to take a break and watch something. Okay, Laura. Well, thanks for stopping by. Have a nice night. I have to even get it back into the streams that I watch. I don't even remember when they are now. I'm like really still awkward. I'm on hospital time where I had no idea what day it was. All right, so let me start another sprint. Which, you know, it's going to drive me crazy to these people on the Discord get back to me whether or not I can co-host or not. Crazy, but it's going to drive me crazy. Honestly, it's going to drive me crazy. But the one person I was talking to signed off, so she's not on there. So I don't expect a response from her right away, if ever. She may never see it. Because I realize they show up at the top and sometimes you don't notice them. And because I private messaged her. And the other one, no, I don't know if she's even on. All right, let's set the timer. We got to do something this time, even if it's get food and whatnot. It's 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Hi, Jenna. Jenny, Jennifer. How are you? I slept all day. Well, after 9 hour sprint. What can you say? I didn't go to bed for a few hours after that. So, yeah, I slept to 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Slept to 3 o'clock. Kate, you're back. I haven't seen you for a while. I see, I got a bunch of comments again. Timer's about to go off. So I was getting ready to start a blog post, but I figured since I'm starting it now, I'll just have to stop in the middle. So I'll wait the timer to go off. Let's see how many comments I got. Let's see, Lizzie is already losing steam on her draft, and the main characters haven't even met yet. Mia's losing steam like you don't like it. Amelia said, losing steam like you don't like it, or losing steam like you aren't writing fast. Lizzie says, I don't have the patience to edit. I already want to be at the end of chapter 36 and go back to bed. Oh my goodness. Lizzie says, well, I'm on my bed. It's my office until closing time at 11:30 p.m. A twin bed, that is. Mary says, well, you don't necessarily need to edit it right now. Lizzie says, but I just added a new minor character based on a man that does windmills with his arms around the block on afternoons. The setting fell flat in this book, giving it more style. Lizzie, is Archie Comics a trademark? Yes. Archie Comics still around? They were around when I was a kid, and that was back in the mid-70s. I was a teenager in the early 70s, graduated in 75, and we had Archie Comics. So I'm kind of surprised they're still around. Let me turn that timer off. I forgot it was on again. Your male main character reads them. Does it have to be an Archie's comic? Not, can he just be reading comic books? Multiple comic books? I mean, is Archie Comics I was going to say integral. I don't know if you know what that means. Part of the story. That it has to be Archie Comics. Mary says probably just don't use it in marketing or write negatively about them. Could make it off-brand Archie Comics. Question mark? They don't mention any specific ones. I just mentioned Archie and Betty a few times. Well, if you said he reads comics and he's reading about Archie and Betty and you make up a story or something, and that's pretty generic, probably won't be a problem. And Amelia says, well, I don't know. Yeah, I'm surprised they're still around. Lizzie's surviving. That's good, I guess, Jenna says. Yeah, I loved Archie Comics. They had a whole animated TV show with Cubo. Oh, really? Yeah, they were around when I was a kid, a long time ago. They're long lasting. Lizzie said, my dad gets Archie Comics. I used to take them and read them. He threw my favorite ones away. I kept taking them out of the trash. Some of us aren't comic book collectors, so it's like read them and get rid of them. You have to be a collector to really care. I mean, like I said, you know, it's like keeping every book you ever read. You know, what's the point unless there's something special about it? And if you're not a collector, then people throw comic books away. But I know a lot of people collect them, so. Depends on the person. I don't use the phrase Archie comics. I say comics about Archie and his friends. That's generic. As he says, I keep every book I've ever read, even the ones I hate. Lizzie, there's going to come a point in time when you're going to bust out the seams of your house with books, and you're going to have to start getting rid of them. That's a little bit crazy. I mean, you're still young. So keeping your books is not as big a deal. My kids got to the point where they told me, do not get any more books, because we're not moving books again. Because I had like 15 boxes full of books. And after they moved them, they told me I was not going to have my books moved ever again. So I had to start going through and get rid of books. Because I like to keep my books too. But can't do it. It's just not possible. And I didn't have the room for it either. So I started going to the library, and if I got books off of, a website or something, I would pass them on to other people. Like it kept it going. I didn't keep them in my house. Izzy says, I haven't burned Matched by Ali Condi yet. Izzy says, I have a small shelf that is getting full. I'll put out the ones I hate in the bin under my bed. One day I'll get a Kindle. Yeah, like I said, eventually you're going to find as you get older that's a little hard to keep every book you ever read. But if you have a Kindle, of course, they hold so many books. I'm sorry, I'm munching on pretzels, but I need something. Of course, I'm eating something that makes a lot of noise, right? I'm going to eat something quiet. That's not too many, though. She only has a small shelf right now that's getting full. But eventually, if she keeps keeping every book she ever read, she will get to the point where it's impossible to keep. Unless you've got a whole house to fill up with just bookshelves. Not many of us have that option. And I can't remember if you share a room with your sister or not, but after a while, she's going to have a problem with you overloading the room with books. As he says, no. Author I read rebranded her series when I had everything but her fourth book and prequel in the series. The size and texture and spine and back are completely different now. And a lot of authors do that. Oh, wait a minute. I'm not muted. You must be talking about yourself. I was saying, I'm not muted. You made me look. I'm not muted. Busy says, which means I have to get the other two. Because I said hello to you. And I'm muted to say hello to you when you got here. Lizzie says, which means I have to get the other two books on a Kindle because they won't match on the shelf. That sucks. Amelia says, well, I think I'll call it a night. See ya. Bye, Amelia. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good night. Lizzie says, darn it, Judy Corey, you couldn't have rebranded before I bought books 1, 3, and 5, and 6. Oh, gosh. Yeah, that does make things a little difficult. A lot of authors do it, though. I'm surprised. Amelia says, pig, pig, pig. We've been picking everything tonight. Yeah, good night, Piggy. Jen and Lindsay's got it right. Oh, you were muted. Okay, Jen. Because I'm like, I looked over, I'm like, oh no. And I'm like, no, I'm not muted. What's she talking about? Yeah, that does help. I have mine on mute because I'm trying to have the website open at the same time for my stream in case I need to go click on a link. Because Greg put a link in earlier and I want to click on it. I have to do that on the website. Can't do it here. And so I have it open and I thought, and I have to keep it on mute. So a lot of times I'll start watching something and it's muted. Like, oh, heck. Amelia says, couldn't you buy an older copy on eBay or something? You know, that's a great idea, Amelia. And see, yes, she says. That is a great idea. No, you might have, I don't know if you're, because you're underage, you may not be able to buy it yourself. You'd have to get someone else to pay for it. But, it's self-published, so it's only on Amazon. All the old copies are gone. Did you check eBay? Because people on eBay buy things and then sell them. So it's possible somebody bought it on Amazon and is selling it on eBay. I would definitely check it out on eBay and see if by chance there is a copy there. That's what I would do. That's a good idea, Amelia had. Lizzie says the indie authors are ganging up on her. Lizzie says my mom doesn't trust eBay anyway. Oh, well, I used to sell on eBay. And I bought lots of stuff on eBay. Well, I never had a problem with eBay. I have more problems with Amazon because somebody keeps breaking into my account. They hacked into my account. One time they changed my password so I couldn't use it. One time they shut my account down. I'm like calling, Amazon, trying to get my account set up again and get the password changed because they changed it on me and I couldn't change it without the old password. And then finally I said, you know what? I need to get another email and create a new account because obviously somebody keeps figuring out how to get into my account. So I'm going to change it. So far, this one's been okay. Kate says, tunneled into chapter 14 for a bit. Almost done resolving those pro writing aid reports. Good job. The funny thing is, if I go into like Google Documents, because I had my daughter send me it and I was trying to write there, they'll put a bunch of different things on there that don't necessarily show up on Grammarly. So I'm like looking at both of them, and I think Word also has its own thing that I can set up and go through. And some of them contradict each other. So, it's difficult. That editing can be difficult with all those different aids that are there to help us, because sometimes they don't agree. Trevor says you shouldn't save your information on Amazon. I am one of these people that can't remember passwords and stuff, so things that I use frequently, if they have a save option, I usually save the sign-on. I don't know how people figure out, because I'm not doing that myself. I don't know how people do that, but they managed to crack my password, and then go in and change my password for whatever purpose. They didn't buy anything. They just changed my password for the heck of it. Jenna says those reports take forever to fix. I'm not. I've never seen pro writing aid, so I don't know what it's like. I use Grammarly mostly. which bothers me that when I go into assisted living, unless I've already paid my yearly fee for the next year, I will have to go back to the free version, which isn't quite as good because I can't pay for it. So there's a lot of things that I'm used to now that are going to change when I go to assisted living. And I hate change to begin with. But I know things have to change. I can't keep living alone, obviously, with the things that keep happening to me. Things that I've been very lucky to have a way of contacting somebody on the outside and not happen when I'm totally defenseless, like, you know, the cell phone's across the room because I set it down and walked away from it. I put the button, medical alert button on charger. I'm not in the bathroom or bedroom near the call bells for the, you know, guard downstairs. Those kind of things. I've been pretty lucky that they've happened and I've had, you know, a way of getting a hold of somebody. But that may not always be the case. Jenna says, I remember that I had a lifetime subscription of pro writing, so I started to use it again. I don't think Grammarly has a lifetime subscription option that I know of, but that would be like things that I need to get right now. I can still, you know, I'm cutting out a lot of my spending to try to cut it down. So when the time comes, I'm not going crazy trying to cut things off. So a lot of things I am cutting down. And like I wouldn't, even if I have the availability to live stream in there, because most of them probably have Wi-Fi, but I don't, you know, Wi-Fi is not very good if it's not enhanced. It's not sometimes strong enough for you to use it, but I wouldn't also be able to, you know, pay monthly to have unlimited. So I would have to limit my time, which would be a pain. I wouldn't be able to make videos. I would have to do everything as a live stream and make it as quick as possible to not use up all my time. If I could even live stream, like I said, depending on their Wi-Fi, whether it's, you know, good enough to use. But some things like, you know, Grammarly that I get, and there's a few things that I'm definitely going to miss. I mean, Canva, if you don't have the pro version, a lot of stuff is watermarked, and that is a pain. I do have pixabay.com, which is free, and you can get pictures and you can make, you know, book covers in Canva free. So you could still, you know, like I could do that. I, you know, wouldn't be able to use their book covers. But since I'm putting my stuff on my blog, it wouldn't matter if I used a picture and just, you know, worked on them in Canva free versions. So cases, yeah, per writing aid has awesome reports, but there are so many. I have my face, but still, hopefully this breaks some of my bad writing habits, though. I'm finding the more I write, the better I'm getting, and the more things that get corrected by Grammarly are starting to sink into my head. Plus the stuff that I'm, you know, I got from my beta readers is helping. I'm trying to keep that stuff in mind. I know certain things that are my downfalls. And like, you know I write run-on sentences. I know I switch tenses a lot. I know I put a lot of stuff in there that's really not necessary. Things that I'm trying to learn to not do in the first place, so I don't have to take them out later on. You know, if I just don't write them in the first place. There's a lot of stuff in there, and I'm like, you know what? This really doesn't need to be here. It has absolutely nothing to do really with the story. It just happened to be part of in my head as I'm writing it So when the paper goes, you know. So I'm starting to pick up better habits. And, you know, the longer I write, the better I get. Because like I said, I still consider myself a pretty new writer because of what happened to me, you know, quitting all those years of not writing. I lost a lot of grammar. Grammar used to be my best subject, and I'm trying to, you know, relearn my grammar. And it was funny, I found the grammar page, and she teaches using diagrams. And I'm like, diagrams went out when I was in, you know, either in the end of school or after I got out of school. And I hated diagramming sentences. But we had to do that. And now it's back. And I'm like, you kidding me? She diagrams sentences in her grammar classes. I'm like, I hated that as a kid, and I'm still not too fond of it now. That I'm, you know, trying to get my grammar slowly to sink in, because it doesn't, one take through isn't going to sink it in for sure. So there are some things I'm really, really going to miss. And we'll have to learn how to do without them. I don't know what we're going to do about phone, because usually in those places, phones aren't provided, and I can't afford a cell phone. And I don't think, knowing my kids, that they're going to say, hey, Mom, well, they might, if they found out they can't get a hold of me, say, we got your phone. I mean, it doesn't have to be fancy. Just give me something to contact you, because, you know, if something goes wrong, I can't contact you. Or if I just want to talk, you know, and you won't be able to contact me. So, you know, one of them might say that. I wouldn't hold my breath on it. Yeah, so the same with TV. They don't provide cable. So if you want cable TV, you got to pay for it. I don't have any money. So unless one of my kids is, again, suddenly going to be generous, I'm not going to have TV. It's not a big thing, because I can watch some things on the computer. I can read. I can write. As long as I have my computer. Of course, if the computer breaks, then I don't know what's going to happen. But this one's fairly new, so hopefully it's going to last for a while. I'm in the middle of editing right now, but I'm changing my story too, so it's an edit rewrite. But there were so many comments about, repetition. That's another one of my problems. And I'm trying to cut out all the repetition, because I've got too much stuff repeated over and over in the book. I have to get that out of there. So I'm trying to figure out how to reword things so, you know, I'm not repeating myself. And of course, since I'm changing the story, I've got a lot of stuff that funnels down through the story that I have to fix, because it no longer works with the storyline as I have it. Not that I make things difficult for yourself, right? All right, are we ready for another sprint, since I've been talking for a while now? My skin's so dry. Terrible. Amelia's usually one that says sprint, sprint, sprint. I don't have her to remind me. I need to run something through it, but I am putting it off. I gather you're talking about your pro writing aid, or maybe your Grammarly. I'm not sure which one you're talking about. Busy says, finish editing the first chapter or work more on scenery in the third draft. Good idea. I mean, that's the other thing. I'm learning to do better with showing, not telling. I'm learning to do better with descriptions, because I didn't have much description, and people kept saying, you know, there's no description. I mean, it's just nothing. So, gibberish a sprint. Okay, you could be Amelia. um, Lizzie says bye in case she won't be back. Okay, bye, Lizzie. Hopefully we'll see you later. But if not, there's another time. Jenna says, yeah, per writing aid. Yeah, I don't know how. I had a thing, offering me like half price off of something, but I looked at the price and I'm like, even though right now I do have the money, I don't think it was lifetime. So, I figure why get started on something I won't be able to keep because it was really a lot. I mean, it might be a great program, but it was a lot of money. All right, so let's do another sprint. And timer, 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so I finished a blog post, and then I started reading that article that Greg put out earlier about trademarks. Pretty interesting. I mean, basically, unless you're saying something really awful about the company, you know, you're defaming them or something like that, it's not a problem to use it. Just make sure it's capitalized. So, like, you could use, the trade if you have to use it. But there are some instances where some companies that um, I know tissues was always one that was brought up because Kleenex, I believe Kleenex is the brand name if I'm not mistaken. And people would you say, I'd like a Kleenex. And they said, well, you need to use tissue because I think Kleenex is the brand name. Tissue is the generic. So there's those things. But in most cases, it said, you can use a lot of stuff. I'm just reading the article now. It's pretty interesting. So Jenna says she's going to be up and down doing stuff for the week. Okay. Cases, oh yeah, just finalized 14. Just 2 more to go tonight. Good job. Jenna says, are you back on your regular streaming schedule? I believe I am. I'm going to set up my schedule. I don't stream Mondays, and I don't stream Wednesdays, but on Wednesday I'm always on Charlie Dorset's channel, usually. So Monday and Wednesday I don't stream. So I will be back to my normal schedule. At this point, I'm not finding that sitting here doing this is any worse than if I was sitting in the chair just reading. So, it's not doing anything. It's not bothering my legs. So, yeah. I plan to go back to my regular schedule. So I'm going to set them up. But I'm off tomorrow. I get a day off. Unless I decide to do a pop-up. But I really do have a lot of things I should do. And doing them on the sprint, sometimes they get put aside for other things. So I probably, tomorrow's going to be still have a lot of phone calls I have to make from being in the hospital and a ton of mail to deal with. So there's a lot of stuff I have to take care of. So I probably won't be streaming tomorrow. But Tuesday's my normal day. Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The weekends are at 5. During the week, it's 6. Right now, I don't have an 8. It could be any time I want. Because I always had to work around her. 6? No, 7. Sorry. 7. I could make a 6 now, but I don't have an 8. So, I'll figure it out when I set up the schedule. And Jenna says she was out all day, so she's catching up now. Yeah, there's no lack. I personally prefer Austin K's, and hers is, she doesn't use her name. She uses not like Jane or something like that. So a lot of people think of Jane Austen, and her website something like that. That's Austin K, and she's at 8, and then at 10 is Laura Nettles. So I try to go to those 2 on Mondays. There may be others. I'm sure there are others, but they're the 2 I usually go to on Monday. In the, wait a minute, I'm going to finish chewing. What does it say? Is both of them do prompts at the end. This is the only part I don't like. It's the prompts at the end. Now, Austin's, I forget the exact name, not like Jane or something like that. She does hand and finger and exercises in the beginning to warm you up. Jenna says, I like Little Forest Homes too. I think that's the channel. I think her name is Lisa. I'm not familiar with that one that I'm aware of. At least it doesn't sound familiar. There were a few other people I've run into that I like, but there are too many out there. I can't obviously watch them all. Plus, all the streaming I do myself. If I was just out looking for what streams to do, it'd be a lot easier. But when I'm already scheduling mine, so that time is gone, and then watching other people's, it's really hard. There was another one. She was from, I think, Australia or something. She was young, and I had just started watching her. I'm not sure why. I have time. I think I just accidentally had some time and I went looking for somebody and happened into hers. She's very new, and I have a lot of followers. Yeah, that's what I kind of prefer, the low key, just a few people. The big ones are so overwhelming, and can't follow the comments sometimes. They're running so fast. So I like the smaller ones too. I started watching HK Darkwood, and she's from Iceland. So she's kind of, I think some of hers run through my time frame. She'll stop in here every now and then. You'll see her. But I like her channel. And I just happened to fall into that because there was nothing else available at the time. So I clicked on it, and I happened to like her. I try to watch Jules if I'm awake during the day. She does it 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 1 to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I usually watch Jules if I'm awake. Of course, I'm not always awake at that time. She's getting more popular, but she's still fairly, low key. It's not crazy in there or anything. I watch Charlie's, of course. Charlie Dorset's. And on Wednesdays, I'm on it, usually. Most Wednesdays. I've watched Annual a few times because if I'm up that early in the morning, because his are usually 11 to 1, 11 a.m. to 1, and he's also Eastern Standard Time. He's been sick, so I don't think he just let me know the other day that he's been sick, so I don't think he's been streaming much. So there was one on there, and I went to look for it, and then it was gone. And I mentioned it, and he told me he was sick. McAfee, what are you talking about? McAfee. annoying thing. And lately, I used to watch all of Kate Kavanaugh's videos and everything, but she switched her streaming to Twitch, and I don't like Twitch. And lately, I just haven't had time to watch a bunch of videos. So my long-standing habit of, because that was like 3 years ago when I started watching her, and I haven't been watching every video. It's just, only so much time in a day. I check Instagram every now and then. In the hospital, I did it a lot because I had nothing else to do, and I started putting games on my phone, and so that's how bored I was. I was putting games on my phone because I don't normally play games. I'm putting all these games on my phone because the TV channels they had available, it's nothing I really wanted to watch. So, do we want to sprint again? And keep the key. One other thing my daughter did when she was helping and getting my mail and stuff for me and opening the important stuff is she started moving things around and I can't find things right now. And then I dumped a bunch of stuff on the floor with this walker because I knocked everything over. And now things are well jumbled up. And I'm like, great. So I had all my notes for the stories I have coming up, with names and ages, stuff like that, to keep track of things. I lost all that stuff. I have no idea where it is. Might be under here still. This part looks like it didn't get knocked off. So, all right, let me get the timer going. 25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Wow, I was actually writing on my story. Amazing. Something was going on with Word and Grammarly, though. Just had a bunch of issues. I don't know if they're fixed or not. I closed and reopened it, closed and reopened it. Had some kind of thing going on. So hopefully it's all right. Let's see what happened here. What did you guys do? Kate said, oof, once I finished 14, I spent the whole sprint doing puzzles instead of editing. Oopsie. Courtney's here. Hi, Courtney. Hello. Lizzie's back for a little while and is writing a scene, and her laptop acted up and everything started disappearing. Oh, wow. I saved it just in time before it wouldn't let me. Jeez. That's scary. I hope you got it. Everything's saved all right. And I hope your laptop's all right. That's one thing that, you know, I have a saving, but I don't usually back it up. If, as far as backup goes, I will usually send a copy of the document to me in email, and I know my email will have the file. That's my way of backing up. I have an external hard drive, which I haven't really set up for this computer yet. And those little ones seem to get corrupted all the time. So, you know, the USB drives get corrupted all the time. It's so hard. Jenna was, let's see, 406 words, but she ate dinner too. Sounds good. Good job. Wish I knew what was going on with my Word. I open up the document and there's a big yellow warning thing at the top about there's a problem with Grammarly. I'm like, what in the world? And it was all, the formatting was all screwed up. And my Grammarly said I had like 400 and some words wrong, or, you know, instances of whatever correction that needed correction. But when I started clicking on it, they were telling me that I used the word twice, but they were all contractions. So like don't and won't and wasn't, and, you know, they were, every one of them was tagged and said it was twice. Well, it wasn't there twice. It was there once. So I had to erase each one and retype the word in. I'm like, what in the world? So I finally shut everything down because it was really screwed up. And I tried opening it again a couple times, and I kept getting that same error message about Grammarly. So now I got, and there was a side screen on the side. So I managed to get that up for marking. It says markup on it. And when I turned that off, and then the formatting went back to usual, I turned on Grammarly because it was off. And then I went into the suggestions, where the, you know, the list of things. I think it said, oh no, settings. And I told it to open Grammarly when I opened Word. And then I opened it again, and everything opened right that time. So I'm hoping I fixed the problem. I'm not sure though. Courtney washed her dishes. Good job. I have a couple dishes in my sink right now. Chipper says I didn't do anything. Oh well, not a big deal. Jenna says Grammarly is far from perfect sometimes. That was the first really major issue I had with it. I mean, it was really, It was giving me all these error messages that made absolutely no sense. And I'm like, what is it talking about? I didn't type 2 words. It's not there twice. It kept saying duplicate word. There's 1 word there. And I'm like, and I'd have to delete it and type it over to get the message to go away. And I'm like, and they said I had 400 and some of these, right? I'm like, something's really wrong. So I closed Grammarly, closed Word, tried to reopen it, got the same stupid message. And the formatting was still screwed up. So I closed Grammarly, closed the markup screen, everything went back to normal. And then I closed down Word again and reopened it. After I told Grammarly to open with Word, because it kept telling me Grammarly was open slow, so I was getting this message, but it was screwing with the formatting as well. And I told it to stop telling me when Grammarly opens slow. It was the strangest thing. Never ran into that before. I mean, I know sometimes it gives me corrections that are definitely not right, but that was a really weird thing. Now, I don't know if it'll do it again the next time or not. It was really screwed up, though. I think it's either June I have to renew for the year, and I'm supposed to only have it for half price because I responded to something they sent me. And it says on there that I will only be charged the half price when the time is up. Out. Sorry. I have a continuous glucose monitor on, and it's one with adhesive. And I just hit it, and that hurt. I have a little thing that reads so I don't have to keep poking my finger. Things are expensive. Good thing my insurance covers all this stuff. So I actually worked on my story editing. Right now I'm editing because it's the beginning. I haven't gotten to the part where I have to rewrite yet. I also have to pull open another document because I was working from that, making corrections. And I'm not sure where I ended with that. It was a while ago. I can't remember. I just have to try to work my way down and figure out where I was. I have till July 1st, though, to finish doing this, so still got some time. Things are so weird. Since I've come home from the hospital, I don't know. My neighbor knocked on the door earlier to ask me if I needed help. That's not normal for him. And then, of course, they immediately launched into something that was in his favor. Because I know he never does anything for the sake of just helping me. I knew there was something coming. And he's like, I'm going to want, copies. I'm like, not right now, you're not. Because I just woke up and I'm not doing anything right now. He's like, no, it doesn't have to be right now, but I'm going to need copies. Then he starts telling me a bunch of nonsense. I'm like, Michael, you got to stop doing this. And then he starts complaining about another friend. I said, you're doing what you're doing right now, complaining about what she's doing, is the same thing you're doing. He's like, oh, yeah, you're right, aren't you? I said, yeah, I am. Leave her alone, unless you're going to change. Okay, so Jenna says she'll be right back. Kate says, okay, I got a little 15 done this time. Progress. Great. Progress is good. Any kind of progress. Doesn't matter how much. As long as we're moving forward. That's the whole idea. And I just spent the 25, well, I can't say 25 minutes because I was fighting with my document and getting Word open for a good bit of that time. But I did get some of it done. And hopefully I won't have to restart it again. Hopefully it's going to be okay. But that worries me because I'd hate to have to rewrite the whole thing from scratch. I mean, I got probably got some copies of earlier versions. And I could just start over from scratch, but I really don't want to do that. Okay, so I don't know. Should we start another sprint? Jen will be right back. That's weird because, you know, I miss like Funky Sai and Master Sango, and, you know, the people that used to come before all this happened. You know, a lot of the people that were regulars haven't shown up. The Master Sango showed up to say hi yesterday. But I do end up missing some of the people that were here all the time. Chipper says, yeah, sprint, even though I won't do anything. You don't have to do anything. It's certainly up to you what you do. And if it's nothing, then nothing. Not a problem. All right, let me start the sprint. "25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go." Alrighty. I just spent all this time on a paragraph. A couple paragraphs. Trying to get it worked out because it looks like I've, again, got repeated repetition. Seems to be my thing. I've been back and forth, up and down, trying to get it so it's not repeated. So that's about all I got done. Kate says I only did a few lines. Rest in peace, my sleep schedule. Yeah, tomorrow's Monday, start of another week. And I got all these stupid phone calls I have to make. One thing I hate is phone calls. I have to make a lot of them. Still trying to straighten up things that I missed, postponed because of the hospital stay. So, Gibber says she wasn't going to do anything, so I got she didn't. Don't know if Jen is back yet or not. Lizzie hasn't said anything, and last thing she said was about her laptop acting up and almost losing her work. Not sure how she may have sent that by phone or something. I don't know. I'm not sure if she's here or not. Boy. Gibber says I didn't. I'm just listening and laying in bed. Usually, I like to curl up in bed and lay on my side and with this big clumsy boot on. It's so hard. First, I have to get in the bed and figure out how to get the blanket over it. And then I get caught up in it, and I'm using my foot to try to cover my. Anybody could see me. I can only imagine what it looks like. And I'm not very comfortable. And I don't like lying on my back, but it's not a lot I can do about that right now. I have to lay on my back. I was just thinking about this doctor appointment. I thought I had everything figured out in my head. Out of the 19, so the 26th is 1, 2, 3, 4. Tomorrow is 4 weeks. 5, 6. Yeah, so the appointment wasn't 6 weeks. The appointment was 7 weeks. So I'm actually wearing this boot for 7 weeks, not 6 weeks. So instead of being just 2 more weeks to go, I got 3 more weeks to go. 1, 2, 3. Well, that sucks. Courtney got 1,005 on that last sprint. Well, that's fantastic. That's great numbers. Great job. Way to go. I'm still doing the edits, and I don't count anything I'm taking out, putting in, rearranging. Those 3 weeks will fly by. Oh. When you really don't like something and want something to come, usually it takes longer. So I don't know how fast 3 weeks are going to fly. But that's 3 more weeks in a stupid boot. I've just assumed that when he said 6 weeks and they gave me an appointment that it was 6 weeks. I didn't actually look at the calendar and count the weeks. It was just till today when I start, wait a minute, something's not working out right here. And I started counting it. I'm like, something's wrong. And I just rechecked it. And yeah, 3 weeks are left from tomorrow. I don't know if they did that on purpose to make sure I had an extra week to make sure it healed because it's supposed to take 6 weeks. Or they didn't have any other openings. That was the first opening. So I'm not, sure of the reason why I had a 7-week appointment when they told me 6 weeks. I figured the appointment would be for 6 weeks. But they could be back, busy with patients, and that was the first opening. Who knows? I haven't heard anything from Jen, so I guess she's still gone. I want to eat something again. And I don't eat until I get up, which is late in the afternoon. I eat about 5 o'clock. So I put the thing, I think I put the notice up around 5. So I ate around 5. And that's all out. I had that and the pretzels. I had a frozen meal and some pretzels. I need to eat something else. That's right. I was supposed to set the alarm. I let myself sleep till I get up. It'll be late again. Like, I need to set the alarm because I have things to do tomorrow. Can't sleep all day. Maybe I get up around 11. I guess. Oh, there you are. We were just asking. I said, I haven't seen her come back. I was just counting the weeks. I got 3 more weeks in this stupid boot. I assumed when he told me it would take 6 weeks and I had an appointment that it was a 6-week appointment. Obviously, it's a 7-week appointment, which means I have to be in the boot even longer, even though he thinks it'll heal, but in 6 weeks, I have to be in it for at least 7 weeks. I'm like, that really sucks. I'm not All right. Jenna says she's back, and then she says with the kid. You're back with the kid? Confused. And Shiver says, do. I don't know if that's supposed to be either of you have a good husband to live with you, or are you asking me? Did I ever? I had a husband. I divorced 21 years ago. 22? 21. Be 22. Got married. I got divorced in 1999. I don't know. Can't do math. And he wasn't a great husband. He was a pain in the ass. The kid is asleep. Oh, the kid is asleep. Okay. Oh, that's what you were doing. You were with the kid, and now she's asleep. Oh, that's good. Yeah, because I'm going to be divorced 12 years this September. Can't keep track. It's been a long time. Divorced 22 years. I was married 23 years. Now he's making somebody else's life miserable, not mine. I actually spent the whole last sprint actually writing on, editing in my book, and I found more repetitions, so I had to stop and go back, and my time frames aren't working out now. I have to work on the time frames. Shiver says, how are your kids? My kids, I've got 3 of them. The oldest is about 43. That's a girl. And the second girl is 41, if I'm not mistaken, and has a new baby, year old. Well, he's a little over a year old. And then I have a son who's a lot younger. He's only 33. He's down in North Carolina, so I don't get to see him. I see my kids usually when there's a medical issue and she has to deal with it. I'll see the older one. And the other one, she likes to do things for birthdays and Mother's Day and stuff like that. And she usually, takes me to dinner. This time she brought me dinner. My son surprised me at the facility with a box from Amazon. I'm like, what in the world? And he sent me a bunch of books, journal, a plain journal that you can, regular writing, and then one that's sort of like asks you questions, and it's like recording of your life. It says, Mom, I want to read your story, and then it'll ask you questions. You fill out the book, and then he sent me a book of this darn thing's called. When you read them every day, they're supposed to be, uplifting and all that. He sent me those at the facility. I was so surprised. Jenna says there's only 9 days of school left, so that might stop. Who knows? Who knows? You're right. 9 days. You stop early. Our kids go into the middle of June. Of course, they start late too. They don't start to the first week in September, after Labor Day. Jibber says, same here, excited for the semester to end. Yeah, that's one thing that is different by state. Every state has its own school schedule. They just have to do 180 days. Things got really screwed up, though, with the virus. Keeping things straight. I don't know how much longer they're going to keep going. They just finally went back to full-time school. The one was on full-time school, but the other one wasn't. She was every other week. Every other week? Or so many, I don't know. It was crazy. Everybody's schedule's different. It's not a federal thing, so they do it however they want to. So our kids start later, and they have to go to school later. I get to go through summer again. I mean, it's hot up here all year round, and during the summer, it's terrible. I just put my electric on the budget system because in summertime it's so high because my air's running nonstop, and I don't have central air. I have a wall unit in here, and so I don't use a lot of electricity in the winter, but I do use a lot because it's so hot up here. Fans running during the winter, and the air will run till it gets too cold outside because it's so hot up here. There's a limit on the air. It says, can't go below a certain, I think it's 32 degrees. 32? I think it was 32. So I have to, I have fans running, a couple fans in here running all day long. Even in the wintertime, it's ridiculous. I won't miss having to pay all those bills when I move into a facility. I won't see my check, but I won't have to pay any bills either. Jenna says, ooh, a wall? Oh, wall unit. I'm like, what? Yeah, wall unit. Unfortunately, doesn't have central. It's a public housing. They're not going to provide it. They do pay for the heat and they pay for the cooking. Because, well, no, they don't. It's electric range. Take that back. They pay for the heat and hot water. Oh, your cat was helping you with that. Chipper says, I'm always cold. Even in the summer in my house, it's cold. It sucks. And my kids are always cold, too. And I'm like, it is so hot. I'm dying. And they're like, no, it's too cold. They don't like air conditioning. I'm like, man, I'm dying. And I got one unit for this whole apartment. I got the biggest one that would fit into this unit. Because there's a hole cut in the wall to slide it into. Because you can't put it in the windows. The windows are made not to open. Well, the windows will open, but the screens won't open. So you can't put a window unit in the window. So it's a wall unit. It slides into the wall. But I won't have to deal with that in a facility. Though I may not, depending on whether we have individual controls, I may have to suffer who controls the temperature in wherever I end up living. I hope it's just a small apartment. I don't even care if it's just a small room with a bathroom. It doesn't have to be anything major, just something private, and let me control my own heat and air, because I'm always hot. And one of those years ago. Well, I lived with my dad before here, so we had central air. But I had quite a few different places I've lived in, apartments and stuff, where we had wall units, window units. Oh my gosh. Tell your cat he's boring. Pick a new key. Holy cow. Pick a different one. We did all plus signs. It's not very interesting to read. I had one that used to send my email out before it was ready to go, because it would walk on my arm, and I had one of those, step, what do you call them? When you run the finger back and forth across the flat surface. Oh, mine's going. Can't think. He says, Jenna, your cat wants in on the conversation. He likes to sleep in your keyboard sometimes. Yeah, mine used to send, like I said, mine used to send email on me. Jenna says it was loving them up in my daughter's room too, and I guess he needs more. He got his engine running. That's one. Now he wants more. Sometimes I miss habit, because the last cat I had was not a friendly cat, and I was, looking for a cat like my other cats that were all lovey-dovey and wanted to be close and hugged and held and sleep with you. And the last one I had was not a nice cat. Did not like me at all. Loved my son. So I ended up giving her to my son. And he took her with him down to North Carolina, but when it got hot, he had to find a home for her, because he didn't have a home, and he couldn't leave her in the car. So he had to find her a home. So I don't know what happened to her, except that she went supposedly to a good home. That's what he was told. He gave her to a pet shop where had a girl there that did, she took care of them and got them ready for going to a new home. And she said, if I can't find a home for her, I'll keep her myself. But she wasn't a super friendly cat, and she didn't like a lot of people. And she liked the girl. And she called him a couple weeks later and said that she found a home for her. And there's another cat there, and she seems to be happy. So she had a brother, a younger brother. He was only 5. She was 10. And she had her own room. And she was kind of like that. She liked having her own place. So I just have to assume she's okay. Unless she got a good home. I couldn't keep her. I couldn't take care of her. Especially with all these hospitalizations. She's be a mess right now. Thank God I was able to find her a home that was somebody that can take care of her. The most cats I ever had at one time was 2. We had a black cat and a white cat. The white cat adopted us. She had bright blue eyes. She was really pretty. She adopted us. My husband's ex-husband said, "Oh, don't feed her and she'll go away. I don't want another cat." And we didn't feed her, but she didn't need to. She was used to fending for herself. She just went and killed whatever she needed to feed. I said, "Look, she's adopted us. She's not going anywhere. Might as well let her be our cat because she's determined to be our cat." So we let her in the house, and she was our cat, along with the other one who wasn't exactly thrilled. The dog kind of liked her. She used to go out and lay right next to the dog's kennel. So the dog would lay against the kennel, and she'd lay outside on the other side against the kennel. Those two liked each other. Dog and cat. You don't find too many dogs and cats, especially that haven't grown up together. I mean, but they liked each other. And then she had a litter of kittens. 3 of them were white, and 3 of them were tabby cats. One which was orange. And the others, one was silverish, and one was black. With little stripes. You could see the little stripes in the black. It was funny. Yeah, Jenna's cat is doing it again. His name is Boy. It was something else in the beginning, but since he's the only boy cat, that's stuck. We had a cat we called Cat. The cat. Oh, and I love orange tabbies. I had a lot. I had several orange tabbies in my lifetime. Then we had that, like I said, that one was a black tabby, but you could see the stripes, but he was black, which is weird because the mother was white, pure white. I'm not sure exactly what she hooked up with. She had all different colored kittens. You could tell they were hers though, because she had a little crook in her tail. It bent over on the end, and it wasn't something that happened like in a fight or something. Because all the kittens had that little thing in their tail. So it was a genetic thing. Laying on the laptop with his head resting against the screen. And Jibber says, "You guys are making me want a pet." I had pets growing up, and I had pets off and on during my adult years. It's been 3 years since I had my last pet, and I won't have any more. I can't. So my pet days are gone. My one daughter has 2 dogs and a cat. And the other one has a dog, thinking about getting another dog. They were going to get the dog that they have now. They were going to get us the second dog. But then, hi, Allion. Thank you. Yeah. I can't believe it's been a year already. And I was in the hospital for almost 7 weeks, so I haven't had any any streams in quite a while. So I'm just getting back into it again. Amelia was here earlier. She left a couple hours ago. Dennis said, "Yes, I forgot to say happy anniversary." Well, thank you, everyone that said happy anniversary. It's hard to believe it's been a year. Time does fly in some cases. But I don't think this time in the boot is going to fly because it's something I'm not too happy about. Because I don't know if you knew, Allion, but I broke my leg. I broke my foot. Not my leg, my foot. So I've been in a rehab hospital, and now I have a walking boot. Chipper said, I'm glad you started it because then I wouldn't have met you. How nice. Thank you. So sweet. Leon said, sorry for the delay in work. I have messaged you on Insta explaining reasons for delay. When you get free, please check them out. Thank you. Okay. I'll check them out. Like I said, I've been kind of out of commission for 7 weeks because I broke my foot. So haven't been around. It's not a big deal. Hope now you are in the very best of your health since I prayed for your better health. Well, thank you for praying for me. I still have 3 weeks in this boot. I'm not sure if the foot has healed correctly or not. I see the doctor in 3 weeks to find out when I can get out of this boot. It's very uncomfortable, but at least I can walk around. But it's not comfortable, that's for sure. I can't believe I broke my foot. Such a mess. I didn't expect it to turn into such a long time in a rehab hospital either. Oh, boy. We're just talking about cats right now and the anniversary. Like all my friends were saying that it was time for their anniversary. I said, it's been a year already because we all started about the same time. And I had to go look last night to find out. And it was April 22nd, my first video on here for writing. I started my YouTube channel a long time ago. I deleted all the stuff that was on there because it didn't have anything to do with writing. So 1 year in Authortube. And I really missed my streaming when I was in the hospital because I couldn't do it there. I spent so much time in the hospital these last couple of years. It isn't funny. So what should we do, guys? Another sprint? Oh, there's Blue. Hi, Blue. Nice to see you. I haven't been around. If you hadn't heard, I broke my foot. So I've been out of the streaming business for 7 weeks. So I was in a hospital. I don't know if I popped into one of your streams or not. I popped in a couple of people's streams. I'm not very good with the phone though, so. YouTube app is not the easiest in the world to work with. So So I popped in a couple people's streams because I wanted to let people know where I was. And it wasn't just, I didn't just disappear off the face of the earth. Maybe I did, or maybe I watched a video. I remember mentioning that I liked your intro. I remember how long ago that was. I'm terrible with dates and stuff like that. Sometimes it seems like forever when you're waiting for someone to answer. I used to hate chat rooms back when the chat rooms were really big. I don't know if they're still available now or not, but I used to hate chat rooms. Now these messages are kind of like chat rooms. It says, great. My love life is lit and it's very distracting. Someone running pomodors and checking in with you all. Well, it's good to see you again. Jenna says, I can never get your streams. You stay at work. Yeah. I can't get up during the day. Me. Sometimes I do, but very rarely. There's a couple people that are on during the day, and I like to watch their streams, but sleep is more important. Since I'm up all night. Jenna says, you sound so happy. I'm glad because you were sad when I saw you last. That's not good. I missed a lot in the last 7 months, so 7 weeks. So I don't know what's been going on. I've been trying all night to get a co-host spot on the worldwide write-a-thon, but I haven't any luck so far. They changed everything up, and I'm waiting to see if I get a spot or not. I like doing that. Yeah, I went through an unfortunate learning curve with my last partner, Jenna. The person I'm seeing now is incredibly nice to me. Well, that's good. Oh, cool. You got a co-host spot on the 4th. Great job. And they made it a lot difficult this year, and I didn't know, and I'm trying to figure out how this worked. Like, yeah, wasn't sure what to do. So now I'm waiting to see if I get one or not. They're doing things differently. So I've done the last 2, and I figured things would be the same, and I'm like, how does this work? I don't understand. And I was, just got out of the hospital, so I don't know how any of it is working. And so they explained it to me, why it's being done the way it is. I said, okay, I understand. Because I didn't understand why they changed everything. But I understand now. Kate's popping in. Oh, you know what? I think I did see that. You're on with, yeah. I remember because I was starting to read through the things trying to figure out what's going on, and I do remember seeing that now. I had forgotten about that. Yeah. I don't know her, but I remember seeing the name. They're doing it by letting the hosts pick their own, if they want to, pick their own people. That's the 48-hour thing weekend, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Jen says I plan to get so much done. Yeah, my son's birthday is on the Monday, and that Monday is my appointment to hopefully get this boot off my foot. So, yeah, they're doing 48 hours this time, 2-hour increments. I did the last 2. So I got a shot at a Saturday and a Sunday spot. I have to wait nearby. If anything's going to come of it, because the way they're doing it, it's hard to know. It'd be hard to do the whole 48 hours at once, so let me tell you, without taking a nap somewhere in between. And a lot of the names are people I don't know. So like it's getting bigger and bigger all the time. Because like the first few times they did it, it was the big names and the thing, you know, that were really like the hosts. And then they had so many people wanting to host, they had to do it a way to pick hosts out of there were so many of them. So it's growing in interest and whatnot. So there was a list of people that are still looking for co-hosts, and I had to look at the times. I'm like, some of the times weren't exactly ideal, but so I have to wait and see. And I don't think there's a lot of spots left open, so may not get one. Which is weird after being in the last two. They're making it harder for the hosts, though, the way they're doing it now. I tried for hosts last time and didn't get it, and I was just as glad because they have so much to do. Gibber says, I'm a little tired. So heads up, she fell asleep last time after the first sprint, and we didn't hear from her. So I wondered where she went, and all of a sudden she popped up and said, I fell asleep. Now she's tired again, so she might just disappear into the cyber world. Last time I was on a chat, two chats and one sprint, or two sprints. One chat and definitely one sprint. It may have been two sprints. I was on a lot last time. Tingling in my fingers. It's weird. Can't type with my fingers tingling. They're numb. Because I'm leaning on my elbows. I shouldn't be doing that. I know they go numb if I lean on the elbows. Does anyone want to sprint or what? What do you want to do? It'll be a crazy weekend. Yeah, because it's starting Friday night all the way to Sunday. Sunday night. It will be a crazy weekend. You got a ton of sprints and a ton of chats. I'm not doing chats this time. Kate's still editing, so she'd love another sprint. Jenna says yes. Okay, great. I'm still editing myself, so let's get going. All right, 25 minutes. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. Chipper says sprint. Let's see if she's still awake at the end of it. All right. Got a little bit more writing done. A few more corrections. I've been working on like 2 or 3 chapters. Back and forth, trying to get them in some kind of order and get out the duplicate stuff that I'm finding in there. I repeat myself. So, how'd you guys do? I also ate something. Had some soup. And Chipper says I'm still here. I was playing a game. Lou was asking what everyone is working on. I'm working on my first novel. I've written it so many times, it probably should be like number 6. But I'm still rewriting it and finding spots and changing my mind about what I want it to be. And so I'm working on a novel. And of course, I blog. So I keep up with my blogging. Kate says I was bad and worked on chapters 44 to 48. Wrenching stuff. The first draft came out surprisingly good. Okay, that's good. Blue is deep in the process of finding agents. That could be a difficult job to do. I wish you success. I wouldn't want to have to do that. And Jenna got 793. That's a good amount. Good job. I guess the cat got off the keyboard. Either that or she's at 793 plus signs. I gather, Blue, you mean agents as in publishing a book or agents for something else? Can't remember if you were a singer or something like that. I'm assuming you mean book agents for publishing. And I know that's not an easy process. Yeah, literary agents, okay. Jenna said he went to bed finally. Yeah, I'll be posting all my stuff on my blog. I'm not actually publishing. I'll just be publishing it on my blog. At this point in my life, anyhow. I plan to get it edited anyhow, at least the first one, while I still have some money. Once I move in this facility, I won't have any money. I hope to at least get my first one, and then that way, if I do get a chance, something changes, and I can actually publish, then it would be mostly ready to go. But for the most part, it's just going on my blog. Well, I'm fine with that. I write for my enjoyment and for others, not necessarily, you know. I know the great American dream is to publish a novel, but my life right now won't allow that. So I knew the next best thing, I'm publishing on my blog. I mean, I have quite a few followers on my blog. And I get new ones all the time. So it's a long, tedious process, though, to put it on the blog, let me tell you. A lot of copy and pasting, but I usually put it by chapters. So you can click on a chapter at a time. You don't have to read one big blog. You just click on each link to the chapter. So that means putting it on the blog first and then copy pasting that link into the page for the book itself. I made covers for them and everything. Tessa Blue is a great writer and will make something of herself out there. Definitely. And even the best writers have to go through literary agents, and that's not an easy project. I wish you a lot of success in that. Mm. I'd like to get to a point where I can start writing again right now. I got to keep editing until I get to a certain point. I have to correct things that I changed, and then I can continue on. Most of this is editing, and it's a long job. And I still got all those all the beta readers I had mentioned last night. I thought not that many people had done the beta reading, and I just found, as I was going through my old email in the hospital and nothing else to do, I found the notations where they had sent the document back. I'm like, oh my gosh. And of course, I haven't read them yet. Of course, I changed a lot of the story already since then, so I'm not sure how helpful they'll be, but I got to read through each one. Besides, I need to know, where I need help with work. Some things I already know that I do, and things I got to watch out for. Even if I did take that part out of the book already. That's right. And I still got to look that new book of yours up, Jenna. I keep forgetting. Maybe I should write myself a note. Maybe that'll help. It's amazing. I keep looking at your picture, Jana, and you look so much like my daughter in that picture. Because they're so tiny. I've seen you up close, and I know you don't look like my daughter, but in that picture you do. No, the older one. The daughter with the baby looks like me. The older one looks like her dad, that side of the family. The middle one, everybody looks at her and says, oh, you can tell who your mother is. Of course, when she was pregnant with her first son, she was 17, and everybody kept thinking we were sisters. And like, no, I'm not her sister, I'm her mother. And they said, really? I said, yes. And the older she got, the more she started looking like me. And I had to go pick her son up one day. She totally looks like me. You saw her picture. You saw her picture? I'm not sure where you saw her picture. Oh. Trevor says, okay, I'm going to sleep. So good night, everyone. I'm glad you're back, Tessa. I'll see you next time. Okay. Have a good night. Thanks for coming. Where did you see her picture? I'm trying to think where I would have posted her picture. No. She doesn't exactly look like him. She looks like the family. When you look at features, she's got her father's features. You don't look like him, believe me. But I went to pick up her son. And when I got there, as soon as I walked in the door, they're supposed to check your, your identity and everyththing, ID and all. And as soon as I walked in the door, they said, well, we know who you're here to pick up. And I heard that at every child care center she was at, and I went to pick them up. I got the same thing. Instagram. Oh, that's right. I forgot. I'm like, where did I post my daughter's picture on? Yeah, you're right. I did put it on Instagram, didn't I? Oh, well. She'll get over it. Yeah, that was her picture with the baby. He's adorable. I saw him the other day for the first time in a long time, and he's running around, and he's got these big, bright blue eyes. I'm like, my God, you got blue eyes. Very few people in this family have blue eyes, and they were so blue and big, really outstanding feature. Yeah, it was Instagram. You're right. She sent it to me in the hospital, and I posted it when I was doing nothing else. But you're right. That was her with the little one. He was born in December, so not quite a year and a half, I guess. December, January, February, March, April, May. He's a year and 5 months. He was into everything, and I'm not baby proofed. And she was like running around trying to keep, and the other son forgot to bring the toys. So there was nothing to occupy him with, and I don't have toys here. I didn't even have a stuffed animal I could give him to play with. So he was playing with, he grabs the can opener off the shelf. I'm like, get that away from him. That's got a sharp blade on it. I'm like, oh my God, my house is not baby proof. Yeah, he's very, very cute. And her three children all have different fathers. So you could see bits of them, as brothers here and there. But because they have different fathers, they're not as close as, looking like each other as they could have been. And the oldest is 23 and the youngest is a year. And the middle one's 14 and always in trouble. He actually behaved himself when he was here. He didn't really want to come, but his mom said, if you want, she was going to a restaurant to pick up dinner. If you want to eat, you are coming with us, so make up your mind. So he came, and he actually behaved himself. He was very pleasant. I've seen him most of the time. He's, a teenage boy, but he's one that's always in trouble. The oldest one is great. He just got out of the military, and he rose through the ranks quickly and meritoriously, all the way up to sergeant before he got out. So he did great. He was the top of everything in his platoon. He was always out doing himself, working hard. Even though he really didn't want to be there, he thought he wanted to be there, and he had all these plans, but when he actually got in and he saw it wasn't what he really wanted. But he continued doing great. So he got a lot of awards and stuff like that. So but he's out now. He's going to go to college. I don't think she had her hair colored this time. Usually her hair's bright red. I'm trying to remember if it was colored this time or not. Sometimes she'll put a couple colors in there. She's my non-traditional child. She has tattoos all over her body and colors her hair and whatnot. She doesn't pierce because she gets infections, so she had to stop. We tried to pierce her ears and we couldn't get past the infection. So that was one thing she couldn't do. But she tattooed, and she had problems with healing tattoos though, because she doesn't heal very well. And the tattoos took a while to heal. But they did finally. She's got like 5 or 6 of them. I'm not sure. That's right. I forgot to tell my grandson had one. I saw that yesterday. I'm like, or the other day when they were here. I'm like, I didn't realize he was tattooed. Because it was winter the last time I saw him, and we had coats on, so I didn't get to see his arms. And now I'm looking at his arms, I'm saying, oh, he's tattooed too. But his father does. That was his father's job. He had a tattoo shop. So that was one of the reasons my daughter is covered with tattoos. My son has one from them too. All right, so what are we doing now? Blue says, I'm tatted, pierced, and have dyed hair. And mouth of dyed all blue. Well, she wanted to be pierced, but it just would not heal. And she had a terrible time with the tattoos as well, getting them to heal upright. She just has a major issue with, and I have the same problem. When I get a cut or something, it takes forever to heal. So she's got the same issue I have. And so she finally gave up on piercing. Well, I'm sure she'd have quite a few piercings. She's definitely like I said, my non-traditional child. My other one has pierced ears only, and that's it, Very, traditional. The one that had to have it, be married before she had a child and have a house before she did anything. And, she had her whole life planned out. All right, Blue. I can see that. Nice for you to stop by and say hi and happy anniversary, and I missed you too. Thank you. Jenna says I need to get to sleep. I have to get up at 5. Oh gosh. 5 comes early. Yeah, definitely. Jenna says, I'll probably see you tomorrow somewhere. Have a good night, everyone. All right, great. Good night to both of you. Sleep tight. Thanks for being here for my anniversary. mm. Are you still here, Kate, or did you leave? I think Kate is the only one besides those two that was still here. Or did you leave? If anyone's still here, speak up so I don't just disappear on you. If nobody's here or answers, then I will end the broadcast. I don't want to just disappear if somebody's still here. All right, I'm going to figure that nobody's here. So I'm going to end the broadcast. 7 hours and 34 minutes. Yesterday's was longer. Yesterday it was 8 hours and some minutes. Oh, you are there. I wasn't sure. You're welcome. Thank you. It's great to be back. Believe me. I hope to see you soon. Have a good night.